about the Princeton Veer. We talked with Coach Clowney moments ago.
Well, you've got to stop their two dive backs, which is a lot of their offense, and you know, you've got to give up some things, and you've got to stop some things, and we've got to stop their dive attack as far as around north and south, and we've got to stop their pitch, and their quarterback runs the ball fairly well, and you know, passing, you know, you've got to take your chances. They're play-action pass, and they don't throw a whole lot in the game, but they throw enough to keep you honest, so you've got to put them in perspective on what you've got to stop.
Pat Mancuso was concerned initially with the inexperience, particularly at the offensive line positions. Of the 22 young men starting for Princeton tonight, only 9 are seniors. It's been a most enjoyable season, says Pat Mancuso. We just never expected the success that we've had. Now, as Mueller has dominated the GCL, so has Princeton controlled the hardware in the Greater Miami Conference. Their 1982 trophy was the 15th for Mancuso's Vikings. Now, Clowney is concerned about the Princeton Veer. Pat Mancuso has prepared for the vaunted running and passing attack of Mueller. But Mancuso more certainly realistic, as we talked with him earlier.
Well, they're very diversified this year. We think that more so than in the past 5 years. They're a run-oriented, pass-oriented team. Within the last few weeks, they've thrown the ball a lot more than they have in past games this season. So we have to gear up both to stop Hiawatha on the run and Schaefer in the passing game.
The Cube Sports High School Game of the Week team intact for this nationally sport-lighted matchup. My Mike Side associate once again in the booth, Jeff Fowler. And Jeff, the offensive philosophies of these two teams diametrically different.
Absolutely opposites, but they still get the job done, and they manage to get really good records, Bill. You know, both of these teams have more offensive weapons than a Balkan country, and the thing we have to remember about this is Moeller is going to throw the ball a lot more times than Princeton will. They do have a ground game, however. In fact, they have a superior ground game. They have Francisco Hiawatha in their backfield, and he gained 908 yards so far this season. And if Hiawatha gets hurt, well, he can just hand the ball to his brother DeJuan, and he can take over. Conversely, the two running backs for Princeton, James Brown and Robert Thompson, rushed for more yards than the mighty Hiawatha. In fact, they each had a 1,000-yard season. So it's on the ground that this game is going to be won or lost for Princeton. Matt Daniels, the Viking quarterback, just doesn't throw the ball that often or that well. However, John Schaefer, the Crusaders signal caller, has been throwing the ball with very good success. And one of the reasons for that success is the Moeller offensive line. Let's take a look at the line comparisons between the two teams. You'll see what I mean. As you can see, Moeller has much more heft, and they're very big as opposed to Princeton, but they're very, very quick. And Coach Steve Clowney would rather face a team that is a little bit slower than Princeton. Princeton has very good lateral movement and very good quickness coming off the line. One factor that Coach Clowney mentioned to me before the game, and that is the factor of special teams, how they can play a part in this particular contest. Well, for instance, Chuck Ween, who is Moeller's punter, has a close to 38-yard average coming into the game, and place kicker Rob Heinzman is an effective field goal kicker with very good range. However, Princeton's combination of Janke and Combs has yet to boot a three-pointer. So it could come down to a field goal in this game if there is a tie situation, and Moeller has a definite edge there. That's about the offensive situation. To set the defense for you out there, this is Jim LeClaire over here, and he's the defensive captain of the Cincinnati Bengals. Good evening, Jim.
Well, Jeff, it's great to be here. I think we've got another exciting one in store for us this evening. You know, looking at the defenses, I think we've got two interesting parallels here that we're going to have to keep an eye on most of the evening. And let's look at Princeton's offensive backfield first. I know it's not defense, but there's a couple of interesting people back there that would like to get a little eye on here. Robert Thompson and James Brown are probably two of the fastest running backs in the league today, both with 4.4 and 4.5 speed in the 40-yard dash. Now, that's exceptionally fast. That's pro speed in their backfield. Now, anytime that you have that type of speed, you like to single them up on linebackers. And earlier this week, I was at the Princeton High School viewing some film of last year's game, and in that film, I saw that Moeller does use a lot of man-for-man defense. And when you have man-for-man defense, it does just that. It singles up linebackers on running backs. And the linebackers, I think, that are going to be most effective this evening are probably Steve Apke and Chris Kennedy, both inside linebackers for Moeller. Although, depending upon coverage, Shane Bola and Mark Wohler could possibly be in coverage also on the two backs from Princeton. Now, that's an interesting matchup, and we're going to have to see how the Moeller linebackers stack up against Princeton's speed in the backfield. Now, on the flip side of the coin, we have to look at Princeton's defensive line. I think Princeton has a couple of fellows in their defensive line that probably could be real dominating forces in this evening's game. Darrell Woods and John McKinney are probably, as I saw them in the film, are very dominant, not only dominant, but very strong and quick off the ball. Darrell Woods is a bigger fella. He's 6 foot 2 inches tall, about 210 pounds, and along with his size, he's got tremendous quickness. So, and then you move on into the middle of the line, and we pick up John McKinney. Now, John is probably the perfect middle guard, or nose guard as we call him. He's 5 feet 9 inches tall and 243 pounds. Now that's an ideal size for your nose man. I saw John literally handle an offensive center 3 weeks ago against Hamilton, and not only handled him but made the play in the backfield for minus yardage. Now if you can get that type of an aggressiveness, not only aggressiveness but domination out of your middle guard, then you've got a real good middle guard. Not only that, it makes it an awfully lot easier on the linebackers. I know, because whenever time we have it, I have a good game. But it's going to be interesting to see how Moeller's offensive line can stack up against Princeton's defensive line. And that offensive line of Mike Becker, Sean Henry, and Joe Foley have got their work cut out for them this evening. But I think it'll be an interesting matchup in the trenches. And usually games are won and lost there. And I think there'll be no exception this evening. Well, that about wraps it up for the defense. Bill, it should be an interesting game.
Jim, nice job of dissecting the D. Mueller was ranked #1 in this week's Associated Press as well as United Press International wire polls, and Princeton balloted #2 or 3, depending which one you wanted to quote. In the Harbin ratings this week, which determine those teams which will advance to round 1 of postseason playoff, and that's scheduled for Friday and Saturday, November the 12th and 13th, at a site to be determined. The Fighting Crusaders ranked #1 in Region 4, Division 1. Princeton was right in their shadow. Now, as can be determined, our mathematical consultants have determined that both Mueller and Princeton have already accumulated sufficient points on the Harbin printouts to qualify for postseason play. That means that the outcome of this game tonight most certainly, hopefully, will not be a factor. If that's the case, there'll be a matchup 1 week hence on Saturday, November the 13th. That's as it was back in 1980, as you recall. Jeff Fowler, Jim LeClaire, Bill Meredith. We'll be back with the opening kickoff, all the action, highlights, and play-by-play after this timeout.
Jim Osborne, Finney Town.
If you have the school, Jamboree has the school jacket.
Jamboree Sporting Goods!
Sporting Goods.
Pride on the line and just possibly a berth in the coveted Ohio High School Athletic Association's postseason playoff structure. Hello once again, everyone. Bill Meredith along with Jeff Fowler, Princeton High School. The opening kickoff just moments away. The weather a little on the nippy side, Jeff.
Just a little cold. But 36 degrees, that's come up since we first started coming out here. The forecast tonight, a low of 30 degrees, but I don't think that's going to affect that much down there on the field. These guys aren't even paying any attention to the weather. It could snow down there and they wouldn't make any difference.
You know, the Princeton school system noted most certainly not only for their football program, but an all-around sports achievement record as well. And I think that this is a credit most certainly to Dr. Steiden, the principal at Princeton High School, likewise to Dr. Richard DeNoyer, the superintendent of schools.
Absolutely. Princeton also always has the pursuit of excellence no matter what they do, no matter what athletic endeavor they are involved in, and they are very good at whatever they decide to do. It's a fine school out here.
The turf, immaculate in its preparation for tonight's Super Bowl game.
What do you think of that Viking out there on the 50-yard line?
Just going to say, a new innovation at Princeton High School Stadium. The Viking in the center of the field. And a great deal of the credit for the turf goes to Johnny Gifford, a gentleman who has most certainly nurtured this stadium along for many, many years. Johnny Gifford, the superintendent of grounds here around the Princeton area.
We were talking to Pat Mancuso, as you said before the game, and he is so proud of this field. This is probably one of the finest, it's probably the best shape it's ever been in a long time.
Juan Francisco standing back at the Mueller 4-yard line, awaiting the opening kickoff by Princeton High School. James Brown will be the young man for the Vikings, getting the toe into the leather. And we're just seconds now away from the super matchup. Again, number 19 between these two schools. Princeton, the host. Mueller, the #1 team ranked in the nation. #1 in the Metro Coaches Poll. Princeton, by the way, #2 in the Coaches Poll. A little trick strategy there as Jerry Combs got his foot in the ball kicking off. And Mueller bringing the ball back, and the Fighting Crusaders now will put it into play, 1st down and 10 at the Crusader 30-yard line.
And you can tell that it's going to be an excellent game tonight, Bill, the way the special teams came down there and just rocked him. As you can see, these guys come down with the offense. There's Hiawatha Francisco, the main man, and Dave Springmeyer, who is also a very bruising back, and John Schaefer, who's going to control this team.
Schrader also put the hit on him for the red-jerseyed Vikings. And now John Schaefer comes up in a full house, the T, a double tight end set. You'll see that quite often tonight. The pitch goes to the tailback, Hiawatha Francisco. Francisco gets 6 off the right side up to the 36-yard line. Nelson Hutchings came up to make the hit on the play.
We'll set the rest of the offense for you. We got Gary Greavy there, Joe Foley, Sean Henry, Mike Becker, and Tyrone Rhodes.
2nd down, we're just underway. The second play on the first series, and the officials now calling an official timeout as they check a little equipment repair out there on one of the Vikings.
Seems to have a busted shoulder pad strap. He's going to go out of the game so that they can fix it on the sidelines.
Rod Lyons coming to the sideline for Princeton with that repair. Tim Murray is your referee wearing the white hat. He sets up back of the offensive team. Norm Wells, the umpire. Field judge Jack Shearing. Back judge is Joe Duncan. Head linesman Charlie Keeney. Mueller facing a 2nd and 4, 10 minutes and 54 seconds showing on the clock. Straight handoff by Schaefer up to the 40. That will be close to 1st down yardage.
We're going to set the defense for you. Here we got Rodney Lyons, Darrell Woods, as we mentioned before, John McKinney, Corey Thomas, and Butch Harding. Also Mike Southold, Napier, and Schrader over there. Hutchings, Harrison, and Graham.
First 3rd down look for Mueller as Riesenberg closed the gate for Mueller. Springmeyer and the 2 Francisco brothers in the backfield behind John Schaefer. Pitch goes to Duan Francisco. He turned the corner, got the 1st down, up to the 45-yard line, about the 46, and they'll move the stakes.
And they're going right at that line. As you see, the ball player coming back in the field there, number 40. Now, they had a replacement for him, number 88, which is Willie Warner, and they ran right at him. As you can see here, they're going right over that line. Francisco takes the ball, does a little stutter step, finds himself right over there, and they really can't. He's so hard to bring down.
6 yards on the carry. Steve Williford split wide to the press box side. Back set up an eye now. Schaefer completes a little look in, and that should be real estate sufficient for another 1st down.
They've definitely got the first again, Bill, and Moeller is just on the move. They haven't made any mistakes so far. We'll take another look at it here from the line of scrimmage.
You'll see Mark Southall making the tackle here on Scott Mahan. Ball is at the 43-yard line of Mueller. They've reeled off 2 consecutive 1st downs. John Schaefer at the controls. Pitch to Hiawatha Francisco on the drive down to the 35-yard line. That's going to be short of a 1st down by about a long 1.
It's nice when you can just have a long 1 for a 2nd down call. Hiawatha just eats up those yardage. As you can see, he managed 908 yards, as we mentioned earlier. That's a 6.9 average. They had an outside trap on that play and it worked real well for Francisco.
Graham and Napier double teaming him on the tackle for the Vikings. Mueller on a roll. Hiawatha Francisco gets the 1st down to the 32. Give him 4 on the carry.
He was hit behind the line of scrimmage by the defense of Princeton, but he just managed to get through there. He's so hard, as we mentioned before, he's so hard to bring down. He's one of those guys that has great lateral movement, can move off a block, and still manage to get about 3 or 4 yards before he goes down.
The referee, Tim Murray, says to restart the clock after the chains have been reset. 8 minutes and 54 seconds and counting. 1st quarter, no score. Mueller on a drive. Back to pass, Schaefer. Schaefer to Mahan. Put 6 on the buck. Scott Mahan gets the 1st touchdown of the ball game. The split in, one of the quad captains for Mueller, a senior, 6'1", 185-pounder.
And you can see that this play develops incredibly well. What they did was they threw the man out in the coverage. They put 2 men behind him, one right in front of him. They drew the 1 linebacker coming off the other way. He circled underneath, caught the pass, 6 points.
That's the 4th touchdown on the year for Scott Mahan. Trying to plant the touchdown, Rob Heitzman. Holding will be Mahan. The kick is up and good, and with 8 minutes and 45 seconds, Mueller, in their first possession, drive down to get the first points of the ball game. Steve Connie's crew leads 7-0.
And they certainly made it look easy, didn't they? They just rolled up those first downs, didn't have any problems at all. As you can see, Heitzman scoring 82. He's been almost perfect with his point after touchdowns with a total of 44 points. We can take another look at the touchdown. You'll see what happens here. He fades back, sets up the pass real well, throws off an option. It was a post pattern and on a play action pass. He's crossing right across the middle, picks it up, and there it goes. Jim LeClaire, what's going on down there?
Well, I tell you, it's an exciting thing on the sideline. You can just feel the momentum here, and I guess not the momentum, but the adrenaline more is a better word. Moeller moved right down the field on Princeton. It's going to be interesting to see how Princeton reacts to that. I know that happened to us early against Pittsburgh. We came back strong, so I guess it's just going to be a wait-and-see thing to see how Princeton comes back from the Moeller drive here.
That's true. It's interesting to see how a team comes back after a big score early in a ball game, especially in a big game like this. They've got to settle down, get their offensive drive back into gear, and just do the job they can.
Princeton's 2 super scout backs deep to receive the kickoff from Heitzman. Thompson on the far side takes it at the 8-9 yard line, gets a block from Brown, but he pops him right into the receiver. And making the tackle on the play is Tom Fitz, as James Brown blocked him right into the ball carrier, Robert Thompson. And now Princeton gets their first try at the skin.
And once again, you'll see the importance of special teams. The kickoff and receiving teams are both essential for the success in this game. There's the Moeller scoring drive. 7 plays, 70 yards. Only took 3 and 15.
Princeton utilizing the veer offense, as you'll note. Backs are split. Matt Daniels on the quarterback keeper gets up to the line of scrimmage, and no more. The whole left side of that defensive line made the hit on the play for Mueller.
He was just stood up at the line of scrimmage. As you can see, here's the offense for Princeton. Brown, Thompson in the backfield with Daniels, the quarterback. Newell, Munlin, and Higdon.
Munlin and John Huck checking in the lineup now for Pat Mancuso. The Vikings trail early on, 7-zip. Our clock now just inside the 8-minute mark, first quarter of play. Daniels with Brown and Thompson split behind him, a slot. To give to Robert Thompson, give him 4, maybe 5 off the left side on that veer dive on the hole that opened up on the left side.
Setting the Moeller defense for you now, Bill. We've got Coney, Riggs, Duckworth, and Clock over there. And Shane Bullock, probably one of the better linebackers. Kennedy, Apke, and Wooler on the other end. Then Thaman, Purvis, and Larkin at the safety.
Rob Clock is the young man who came up to say hello to Robert Thompson. Now they split Jonathan Newell wide to the near side. Daniels play action on a crossing pattern to Thompson, and it's intercepted, I believe. Mueller intercepts that pass, the crossing pattern, and the young man who picked it off, I believe, was number 34, Byron Larkin.
Larkin just happened to be, or Moeller just happened to be in the right place at the right time. As you'll see,
or was it
Daniels
Mark
comes
Whaler?
back. Pardon me, Bill. Daniels comes back. Now he's got the man, but unfortunately, it just goes right through his arms into the Moellers. So now they've got a chance to really run up some points here.
It was Mark Whaler on the interception. The linebacker, All-American, a blue chipper, tailback pitch, Juan Francisco to the 25 to the 20. Juan Francisco, pop slanted, scooted to the left, down to about the 19-yard line. Corey Thomas wrapped him up on the play. That's going to be short of a first down by just about a yard. The ball, as you note, just inside the 20 at the 19.
As you can see here, Juan averages 8.2 yards per carry. That's almost first down territory right there every time he gets the ball.
Full house backfield. Juan Francisco once again, look at him scoot. And Francisco pops it for the second touchdown. And Mueller converting that turnover to 6 more on the board. Look at that happy feet on the part of Juan Francisco.
Moeller incredible precision as far as their line is concerned. Every time they set up, it looks like the Dallas Cowboys. Now watch, you'll see Dewan take the ball. He's going to go around the end. He picks up some very good blocks, finds that hole, and now it becomes a question of who he's going to match up on the corners. Go ahead. He just runs out, and then it's another touchdown.
Scott Napier was the last young man to have a shot at him for Princeton. Heinzman on the hole from Mahan, and it's no good. So that's a rarity on the 82 campaign. Rob Heinzman now goes 33 out of 37 on the season.
That may be a factor later on in the game. We may see an essential two-point play for the Princeton Vikings. But they have to get their first 2 touchdowns. And that's going to be a challenge for Mancuso's crew right now. He doesn't look too worried. He's a little disgruntled, possibly. Before the game, he was a little tense, but I think he's confident that he can possibly make a good showing, but he's got a lot of ground to make up now.
Assistant coach Larry Cox talking with head coach Pat Mancuso as Mueller takes their second consecutive possession into pay dirt. They lead 13-0. First quarter. Mueller, 9 years unbeaten, 11 times mythical Metro champions. They're ranked number 1 again in the 82 polls this past week. Princeton number 2 in Metro Cincinnati balloting by coaches.
Our receivers in the backfield there, getting ready to see. Let's see if they can do anything with the ball now. They haven't had a whole lot of luck as far as their offense is concerned.
That interception converted into the touchdown by Mueller. Back deep is James Brown and Thompson. Thompson on the far side, and Rob will take that about the 7. Behind the wedge to the 20, to the 24-yard line before he's racked up. Robert Thompson trying to get daylight but couldn't find the hole.
And once again, you'll find that those special teams are shutting them down early in the game. They're putting them back so that they can't have a good field position to start a drive. They're on the 30, well, maybe make it the 25-yard line, and they're going to have a hard time making that yardage to get even to midfield.
Fitz and Weisbrod making the tackle on Thompson on the run back. Matt Daniels sets him up in the veer once again. There was the dive option as he gave to the hitter straight ahead. James Brown up to the 30-yard line.
Let's take a look at the scoring drive stats after that big interception. It only took them 2 plays. They went 28 yards in less than a minute. The big one, Juan Francisco, that 20-yard run around the corner.
Chris Kennedy, one of the 4 linebackers for Steve Conley's Fighting Crusaders, stopped him on the play, but not before he picked up 6. Second down and 4. Again, the option. This time the call goes to Robert Thompson. Thompson gets maybe 1 or 2 over the left side. Clocky tripped him up about 1 yard short of a first down.
You know, earlier in the ballgame, we were talking about the fact that Moeller has a larger offensive line than Princeton. They're about equal as far as defensive lines are concerned, but the defensive line of Moeller is certainly doing a good job shutting down that run.
Third, less than a 1 as we're near the 5-minute mark. Moeller leads 13-0 on 2 consecutive conversions on 2 possessions, and James Brown is greeted by a whole host of white jerseys. The first man to get to him, Steve Apke.
Apke just nailed him. I mean, he drove his helmet practically into his sternum going for that ball. And the interesting thing I'm finding is the fact that they aren't getting a good rush from their offensive line. They aren't moving the defense out, and they've got to do that if they're going to make their ground game move.
As Jim LeClaire noted, the offensive line of Princeton get out quick. They hit out quick, but most certainly they're being dominated at this point in the ball game by Mueller. Back to punt. Princeton, James Brown gets it away. Taken at the 31-yard line, and he's drilled almost immediately.
A very happy Viking going off the field there. Managed to make a real good play there. Now there's Brown's punting stats. You can see there he gets 95 yards with 26 attempts for a 34.3 average. Jim LeClaire's down the field. He's got a story for us. Jim, go ahead.
I tell you, it's going to be tough on Princeton right now. They're going to have to dig in defensively and get this thing under control. Moeller has marched down the field with somewhat ease, and they're going to have to dig in and get this thing going as far as their defense is concerned.
Mueller first down and 10. The ball at the 29. Pitch goes to Dewan Francisco. He gets the corner. Dewan Francisco turns the corner on the far side. John McKinney drilled him, but not before he picked up 5 up to the 35-yard line.
That whole defense for Princeton is playing catch-up. As you can see here on this replay, Dewan takes the ball, and he just heads out like it's on a Sunday stroll. He doesn't even get hit until he's 5 yards up, and then it's from behind. They're not meeting the man at the line of scrimmage.
Hiawatha Francisco, bothered by an ankle, was replaced by his brother Dwan, and they haven't shaken him out of the lineup since. Princeton comes to the 4, hits him down for a loss on the play, but the officials say that his forward motion got back almost to the line of scrimmage, back to the 35.
So they're beginning to shut down the run a little bit better, but don't forget, John Schaefer can also throw the ball rather well, as he proved with that first touchdown. Now, as you can see, Moeller's rushing stats are all really awesome as you compare their opponents. I mean, 2,000 yards with only 400 for their opponents.
Hiawatha Francisco gets the call up to the 40. That's going to be short of a first down.
But just barely.
Mark Sappel made the tackle, and the official, the referee, Tim Murray, says first down. Dewan Francisco, 39 yards on 4 carries. Our stat crew doing their super job as per usual. Randy Danbury, Shane Meredith. Jim LeClaire down in the trenches. Jeff Fowler, yours truly, Bill Meredith, up high in the booth.
Where it's warm.
Springmeyer gets his first call of the evening up to the 45-yard line. Dave Springmeyer, the power back. This young man has scored a touchdown once on every 9 carries. He's the power man. He's usually the young man who's called when they get down near pay dirt.
And Springmeyer's the guy that's probably going to be the one that's going to get them all that short yardage when they need it.
Ball is at the 45. Once again, the full house. Play action, Schaefer looking. Mahan, and he was bumped by the defender at the 25-yard line. And they say that it was not interference.
It was a clean hit. Graham came up for the ball just at the same time. There was no problem with that at all. You know, the interesting thing about Dan Graham, the guy that made that play, his sister Vicky was one of the first female trainers here at Princeton. It's a tradition that they've established. Now, as you can see, he just ran up at the same time for the ball. No problem with interference there. If he would have gone up before the ball had come in there, then it would have been a penalty.
T formation once again, the old full house, double tight end set. Mueller 2 for 2 on third down conversions. A reverse from the tight end coming to this side. Midfield 40, 35 knocked out of bounds at about the 34-yard line.
Kevin Arthur did a super job on that play. What they did was they came out of the full house backfield, and on the handoff, as you can see possibly here, it was a fake pitch. They didn't put the ball anywhere. He just put it right in his stomach, and he ran around the end and picked up some nice yards.
Arthur knocked out of bounds in front of the Viking bench. Kevin Arthur, an outstanding track man for Mueller High School. Robert Thompson, the scat back for Princeton, battling last season, and most certainly look forward to that this spring. 1 minute and 47 seconds before the end of the first quarter. Schaefer firing, and incomplete to Scott Mahan. Now, Mahan slipped at about the 33-yard line, just was not able to get his footing as the pass was incomplete.
And Scotty Schrader put a real good hit on him, and as you can see right now, he's kind of slow getting off the turf. He might have picked up a problem with his hip there, getting slammed into the ground. As we can see here, this hit that Schrader puts on, he was climbing all over him. As you can see, he's going back for the pass. Now, he almost gets the ball. It's just a little bit out of his grasp, but watch this. Boom. A helmet right in the middle of the head, right in the middle of the waist, and that hurts.
Second down and 10. Schaefer now sets him up in an eye with double wideouts. Schaefer on a draw to Springmeyer to the 30. Down to the 25 and knocked out of bounds at about the 32-yard line. Springmeyer on a draw gets the first down, no flags flowing.
And the thing about that is he just completely ran by a tackle. Let's take a look and see if Springmeyer can show us how he does this. Now he just takes the ball on a simple draw, delayed draw. You watch a Princeton man come flying right by here, and boom! What a great block!
I said no flags. There was a flag down by the wing official.
Apparently it was that great block we were talking about turned into a clip.
Schaefer, before he'd gotten racked up, had receptions 2 out of 4 for 43 yards. Coming out now the lineup for the Vikings. Tim Riesenberg, the junior. defensive end. And the mark-off is long against Mueller. Mueller leads first quarter play 13-0 with 1 minute and 34 seconds left before the end of the first quarter.
Let's see if we can take a look at that block that we talked about before that has since been termed a clip. Yeah, he went into the upper part of his body, definitely. So I guess you can call it a clip, but it was a heck of a play.
Ball at the 44-yard line, second and many. 19 as a matter of record. Double tight end set. Full house. Mueller, Schaefer, to Francisco, DeJuan that is, 40, 35 and out of bounds at about the 29-yard line. DeJuan Francisco bolted out of bounds across the way. John McKinney putting the hit on him at the 29-yard line, and that's going to be short of a first down by about a long 3 or 4.
Boy, it's nice to have a guy in the backfield out there who can just run around the end, has that great speed, that can just sprint out in front of the defensive secondary and manage to get your first down almost. He's about 3 yards away from it. Take a look at this. Rushing attempts per game, Moeller 43.9, Princeton 38.6. Should give you some idea of the importance that Moeller puts in their running game.
DeJuan Francisco making an auspicious start against LaSalle. That was his first start of the campaign, and that was, as we noted a few moments ago, after brother Hiawatha suffered a sprained ankle, and they haven't been able to shake DeJuan out of the lineup, and I'm sure they won't. 3 for 3 in third down conversions for Mueller at the 30. Tailback pitch. Hiawatha spins down to the 25. That should be a first down, Jeff.
He's very close.
Mark Southall popped him, but not before the first down had been registered, and the referee, Tim Murray, stops the clock with 1 minute and 18 seconds showing as they check the measurements and reset the chains.
The thing that amazes me about the offensive set for Moeller is, as we mentioned before, that kind of precision that the Dallas Cowboys have. Everything is moving like a machine. Everything is in its particular place at a particular time. And that's something that is very hard to deal with when you're on the defense. You're looking at these guys, and it's just like clockwork. There's no chinks in the armor right now. And that's something that the Princeton defense is going to have to grapple with. The fact that these guys are so organized and so ready, they'll just roll right over you.
They say that it is just inches from the first down. Mueller's got to go for it. Schaefer with a full house. Tailback pitch to Francisco. He gets the first down to about the 21-yard line.
No doubt about it.
Schrader.
And we've got a Princeton man that's getting a little bit groggy down there. Might just have the wind knocked out of him.
Mueller driving the ball down to the 21-yard line. Mueller, what a fantastic record. 195 wins, 18 losses, only 2 ties. That's about 90% efficiency on the 19-year varsity football record at Mueller High School.
For those of you who watch the Sports Touch show, there's the lady we've had on the show before there, Wendy Dermott. She's one of the female trainers that Princeton has. We mentioned that Princeton has a lot of interesting programs. Well, the student trainer is one of them. Hi, Wendy. Good to see you again.
Speaking of long careers, Jeff, as we noted in the pregame portion, Pat Mancuso in his 29th year of coaching, he is 3 victories short of the 200 mark. So coming off the field, slightly shaken up, Mark Southall, the linebacker, 5'9" senior, 180-pounder.
There you see the Princeton High School athletic availability. They are great at chess, even. Something I'd like to be able to be.
Ball at the 21-yard line. 1st and 10, Mueller. They lead 13-0. We're inside the minute mark. DeJuan Francisco powers his way down to the 30, but that was under duress all the way.
And his brother just sacrificed his body heading into the line there to give a little bit of a fake.
That was a tough one as Southall re-enters the lineup, slightly limping. Checking out for Princeton, Mike Seisel. Play action, Schaefer, plenty of time. And Mahan on a super catch in the end zone. Scott Mahan in traffic.
But is it a touchdown?
I don't see any flags.
I haven't seen any indication yet. That's what I was wondering. Jim LeClaire down the field. What's happening right now?
Well, I tell you, from the sidelines, I don't know how he caught the ball. It was just a tremendous effort. The throw was there, and he came down with it in the middle of about 4 defenders. It was just a great play. I think it's interesting to see how Moeller is starting to dominate the offensive line, or gets the line of scrimmage now. And Princeton's going to have to get their noses to the grind, so get back in here.
Heitzman now going for the point after touchdown out of the Mahan hold. It's up and good, and that's 34 out of 38 now for Rob Heitzman on the season.
Unbelievable, the fact that Moeller's been able to take the ball every time he gets it and put it in for a score. This is what is known as an offensive machine. We can take another look at the touchdown. Let's see where I was confused as far as wanting to know whether it was a touchdown or not. A great pass here, but I thought it might have been out of bounds, but that was just our angle up here in the press box. Terrific spiral. Now he gets up in the middle of a crowd and takes it and comes down right before that corner mark. Excellent job.
The domination by Mueller, quite a contrast to last year's 81 game up at Galbraith Field at the Hall of Fame, Kings Island. That game, as you recall, with 10 seconds left to play, Mike Wilging, the quarterback, hit his tight end Hill on a double drag pattern for the touchdown that won the ball game for Mueller in a thriller. Thompson and Brown back deep for Princeton. Thompson at the top of your screen. James Brown to the low side. Heitzman will be kicking off once again. 21-0. Or pardon me, 20-0. The scoreboard with 21 seconds. Thompson is nailed at the 20-yard line.
And as we mentioned before, the special teams doing their job, making sure that the the run back does not get further than the 30-yard line. This time it only got to about the 20-23. And that bad field position that Princeton has had on every drive is definitely a factor. And they're 20 points down. They have got to stop Moeller and score points at the same time. A tough job for any team.
Oh, did Rick Ebel put a hit on him. Daniels on the quarterback option comes down the pitch to Brown, and Brown gets nowhere. Brown is racked up right at the 20-yard line at the line of scrimmage.
Joe Rolfs put a good hit there, along with 2 other fellows from the secondary from Moeller. And as they change sides, Princeton is definitely in a hole.
Mark Whaler, the linebacker, making the tackle on the play at the end of the first stop. It's Mueller 20, Princeton nothing. We'll be back in just a moment. To foul statistics, Princeton has scored more points in the second quarter, 82 on the season, than any other of the 3 quarters. Daniels almost sacked and finally drilled, and that's going to be close to the end zone, but just shy of the safety area. Steve Caney came in and forced him back.
And you can see the depression over there on the Princeton bench. Those guys are not happy. Daniels did the best job that he could. He practically got out of the guy's way, but at the forward motion of him just drove him back. He couldn't get himself on balance enough to throw the ball, and now they find themselves even deeper in a hole if that's possible.
Let me add one more touch to that stats. Mueller has not allowed a single point all season during the second quarter. Daniels, James Brown spinning free, gets a little running room up to the 5, maybe the 6-yard line. Mueller 20, Princeton nothing. Second quarter just underway.
And now it's going to be interesting to see if Pat Mancuso decides to put in some pass plays, Bill, because when you're 20 points down, it's already the second quarter. You've got to make up some ground quickly. The only way you can do that is with the big play. They've got to start making them right now.
Robert Thompson checking out the lineup as James Brown goes deep into the end zone. This is the second punt that Princeton has been forced into. Flags down, possibly delay.
I believe we do have a delay game here.
James Brown averaging about 34 yards a boot. His first punt of the ball game, about 37 yards.
And this is going to give Moeller superior field position once more. Oh, it was offsides on Moeller this time. Now, take a look at this, scoring by quarters. Princeton, 48-23 for Moeller, but in the second quarter, look at this, 82-0, in the third, 46-30, and 38-22. Moeller, on the other hand, 60-16, 104-12, 86-6, and 66-14.
Princeton now with James Brown standing just inside the end zone. A fair catch is called by Byron Larkin. Mueller with excellent field position will try to put points on the board. They lead 20-0.
And Larkin was taking no chances with giving that ball back to Princeton. He said, fair catch, fine. We'll just let our offense take over and move it down the field this way.
Larkin, one of many family names that appear on the Mueller roster. We'll talk a little bit more about that in just a moment.
It's definitely a family affair on the Crusader squad.
That was about a 30-yard punt by James Brown. First down and 10 for Mueller at the 42-yard line of the Vikings. Springmeyer is your power back in the tee. Hiawatha Francisco, tight over the sidewalk. Marker. Hiawatha Francisco popped into the inside, veered to the outside, did the tight wire act along the far sideline, cut back against the rain, and put it home.
And incredible acceleration that Francisco had there. As you saw him move through the line, he saw a little bit of a hole there, moved through it, moved laterally, and just came across the other way in the field, just completely ignoring. And there's Pat Mancuso, who I'm sure is extremely frustrated, not very happy, and is wondering what the heck's going to happen here.
Heitzman, 34 out of 38 on the season, out of the hold of Scott Mahan. And it's good. 27-0. Mueller in a blowout, most certainly unexpected.
And the man who scored the touchdown, Hiawatha Francisco, has 6 attempts for 64 yards. Now let's take another look at Mr. Francisco when he gets the ball. Now he'll move through the hole here, and he'll see the point of least resistance is going to be with his 2 blockers coming across the other way. So he says, all right, let's go this way. The blocker once over there screening the man off. No way you can get to him.
Springmeyer, I believe, on that last block that sent him home.
Yep. They work together back there in the backfield. And a very quiet crowd here at Princeton Viking Stadium.
Just into the second quarter play, the Francisco brothers have combined for 124 yards. Mueller kicking off once again deep is Thompson at the low part of your screen. James Brown at the top. 4.4 speed in the 40 for Thompson. 4.5 for James Brown. Brown is slightly bigger than Thompson. Thompson is driven back into the end zone. He's going to down it. It'll be 1st and 10 at the 20. So Heitzman drilled one into the end zone. It'll be 1st and 10 Princeton.
Going back to those kicking teams again, Bill. Heitzman puts the ball in the end zone. It's very difficult to bring back. You can see here Princeton, 14 attempts for 246 yards on their kickoffs. The opponents, though, 37 attempts for 649 yards.
Matt Daniels, the quarterback, really hasn't gone to the air that much this season.
He's going to have to do something, though, Bill.
The veer for Princeton, back set pretty much in line with the guards. James Brown, given most certainly an unwanted welcome at the line of scrimmage. No gain on the play.
Don Duckworth just stood him up at the line of scrimmage. He took him off of his feet. And once you do that, what's a runner going to do? He hasn't got a chance to make contact with the ground. He can't go anywhere. He's just going to go backwards and into the turf.
Second quarter, 10 minutes and counting. Mueller 27, Princeton nothing. Double wideouts now out of the veer for Princeton. Daniel. Matt Daniels overthrows James Brown as Brown was coming out into the flat. Shane Bulla, considered to be one of the top linebackers in the nation on the coverage, Shane Bulla, by the way, is the son of Hank Bulla, the defensive coordinator for the Cincinnati Bengals.
And I believe Jim LeClaire is going to have a chance to talk to him sometime during the game. I know Hank is here tonight at the ball game, saw him earlier.
Jonathan Newell, along with Vince Mullen, split to the right for Daniels. Daniels on the quarterback option out of the veer. He elects to keep it rather than pitch, and gets maybe one or two before he's drilled home.
You can see Daniel's stats rushing for the season so far. 83 attempts for 472 yards. Not bad for a signal caller. But a lot of those times, that's more or less out of desperation or broken plays sometimes. He doesn't really do a whole lot of running as designed.
The Mueller defense allowing only 152 yards on the season made Princeton go 0 for 4 on third down conversions. Brown with the punt, and Larkin calls the fair catch at the 47-yard line.
And again, Mueller ends up with great field position on the punt returns.
Larkin is the brother of Mike Larkin, playing linebacker for Notre Dame right now. Jim LeClaire down on the sideline.
You know, Jeff and Bill, from down here, Princeton's going to have to start establishing some type of an offense here, because they're 0 for 4 in third down efficiency. That makes for no first downs, and that defense has been on the field for a long time.
27 yards on the punt for James Brown. The pitch to Hiawatha Francisco up over the midfield stripe down into Viking territory. Francisco on a pickup of about 4. Let's call it 2nd and 6.
One thing we've noticed, Bill, and I'm sure the folks at home have noticed this too, is that every time Mueller has gotten their hands on the ball, they've gotten 6 points out of it. This Princeton defense is going to have a job tonight.
Double wideouts now for John Schaefer, the quarterback of Mueller. Springmeyer on a fake. Schaefer drills it complete to Arthur at the 45-yard line. Arthur, on good second effort, picks up another 2 or 3.
Arthur tried to do a little dance out there, see if he could get around his defensive coverage. But finally, they just swarmed all over him. But he still made a nifty gain on it. It's very close to the first down.
One of the possible all-staters for Princeton, Darrell Woods, made the tackle at the 43-yard line. A pickup of 6 on that pass play from Schaefer to Arthur. We're at the 8-minute mark, second quarter. Mueller 27, Princeton nothing. Springmeyer, the power back in the eye, but the pitch goes to Hiawatha Francisco. Down to the 25, down to the 23-yard line. Ernest Harding had to drag him down.
And Hiawatha moved like a ghost through that secondary. Just nobody could touch him. He's got such great acceleration coming off of the line that by the time he's into the secondary, they don't realize he's there, and he's already past him.
Watch
as you can see,
43 yards on the pickup, Jeff.
He just keeps moving. He doesn't stop. He just keeps going right ahead, and at incredible speed, 4.5 speed.
Excellent blocking that time by Mueller down to the 23. 1st and 10. On a quick look in pass to Mahan is complete at the 10. Down to the 5, and touchdown. That's Mahan's 3rd touchdown of the ball game. And you talk about second and third effort, super effort.
That's all it was just the fact that he didn't want to get down without making those points.
23 yards on the pass play on just a little look-in pass, and Mahan then turned it into the touch.
We've got the workings of a rout here, 33-0. And Pat just keeps getting more stern and more unhappy with every time Mueller gets the ball.
Heidstrom getting a lot of duty here tonight at Princeton Stadium. Mahan holds, and it's good once again. Princeton now trailing 34-0 to Mueller. 7 minutes and 22 seconds, second quarter.
What can you say about Mueller's offense? It hasn't already been said. They have got a powerful one, and they're showing it tonight. Definitely, every time that they get the ball, they're going to go in there for 6 points, and they do it different ways. They can run, they can pass, they can move from the outside, they can move to the inside. As you'll see here, he picks up the pass on the outside. Just a quick look in, nothing fancy about it. Catches the ball in the flat, moves around his defender. Now watch this. He gets nailed and says, dances away from the yard line, and boom, in for the score.
Jeff, we were talking about family names on the part of Mueller. Malink, Rolfs, Wilford, Larkin. Apke, just to name a few names that have been etched in the records at Mueller High School down through the years. Brown and Thompson, the two scout backs, back once again to receive the kickoff. Thompson, the young man to the nearest side of the press box. James Brown at the top of your screen. Thompson has received the kickoff every time he gets it again at the 3. Thompson showing his versatility, puts life into the Princeton followers up to the 43-yard line. A nice run back of about 40 yards by Robert Thompson.
And once again, you'll notice that when a receiver bobbles the ball, when he drops it in the end zone, sometimes it gives a chance for the picket line to be set up. Now watch this. He takes the ball, drops it, a little over anxious there. But then the offense has had a good time to set everything up. They've got a chance to move the ball.
James Brown on the counter off of the veer by Matt Daniels. He's hit hard at the line of scrimmage, but give him maybe one on the play, maybe two before he was stopped.
That was Shane Bulla in there on that hit. You should see Brown's average there, over that 1,000-yard mark for a 7.4 average.
Second down, let's call it 7, Princeton. Robert Thompson up to the midfield stripe, down inside of Mueller territory. That's going to be close to a first down, shy maybe by about 2 yards. Apke put the hit on him for Mueller.
And you can hear that hit all the way up here. He hit him right on the helmet. Just veered him off, stopped his momentum, and let the rest of the guys take over from there.
In a press release just prior to the opening kickoff, Princeton announced that the 83 game with Mueller will be their last against the Fighting Crusaders during regular season play. The Vikings now just getting their first down of the ball game with 5 minutes and 56 seconds left before halftime.
And a cause for celebration indeed.
So repeating once again, the November 14th matchup, I believe it's November 14th, 1 year hence, will be the last regular scheduled game between these two teams. Pass is down, intended at about the 12-yard line for Munlin. Is throwing just a little short, incomplete.
Munlin's 6'4 and a half, 177 pounds of sophomore. He almost got that ball. In fact, he almost caught it off the Moeller defender.
The cornerback hit hard on that coverage by Purvis of Mueller. Now Munlin split to the near side once again. Matt Daniels to James Brown. And James Brown gets maybe 1 along 2 on the play. 5 minutes and 29, 28, 27 seconds and counting. A flag is down, thrown by the back judge.
They've got to get more mileage out of their 2 running backs than they have. They're only averaging maybe 2-3 yards a carry. They've got to start moving up here 6 or 7 yards a carry if they're ever going to get back in this ball game.
Matt Daniels in the veer once again. Play action. Daniels looking. And Daniels hit once again, intercepted. Intercepted at the 15-yard line by Shane Bulla.
And Shane knew that when things get opportunistic, he's going to be around the ball. Daniels had to throw a pass. They're behind in this ball game by 34 points, and they've got to start making the big play. Unfortunately, that was a big play for Moeller instead of for Princeton.
Second interception, Jeff.
You see Daniels getting chased there. Not the kind of pass you want to throw, because it was over the defender's head and right into the secondary of Moeller.
That's the second turnover now on the part of Princeton, both of them by interceptions. Wolford to the far side, Mahan to the near side. Tailback pitch, Hiawatha Francisco gets the hole to the 30, 33, 34-yard line before he's racked up.
Mueller has a much crisper attack off of the line, Bill. I've noticed since the beginning of the ball game that Mueller is attacking on the offensive line, whereas Princeton is just reacting. They're moving around and trying to do different things, but Mueller is just vicious.
Darrell Woods on another tackle on the play for Pat Mancuso's Vikings, who trailed 34-0 with just about 4 minutes and 30 seconds left before intermission. Hiawatha Francisco, his feet slip out from under him as the flag goes down at the 37-yard line.
One of the things I'd like to ask Jim LeClaire. Jim, they've set up their hands differently on one series when they were going down the right side of the field. Then when they're coming back in the second quarter, they've moved on their three-point stance from one hand to the other. Does that make a difference?
Well, it's hard to say just if it's what the reasoning is behind it. I think it's probably depending upon which way they have to go, or if they're pulling somebody, then it makes a difference as far as what hand you have down. But I don't know if it's significant. Maybe it is, but from down here at this here vantage point, I can't see any difference. They seem to move the ball pretty well both ways.
Maybe they're just giving something for Princeton to think about, as if 34 points wasn't enough.
Right. I mean, it seems to be that they are almost moving at will, and I think that because of that, they're dominating the line of scrimmage. Something furious here. But as far as putting one hand down versus the other hand, I don't know that that's making a difference. I think it's more just the aggressiveness of the Moeller offensive line, moving the Princeton defense around here.
Right.
Jim, you mentioned in the pregame portion of the telecast about the fact that Princeton might try to go one-on-one on coverage with the linebackers. At this point, we haven't seen that, right?
Well, we did see it, in fact. Shane Buller was covering one of the backs of the backfield up the sidelines on the play that he made the interception. The pass was underthrown, and he did make the interception. So I'd have to say that the Moeller linebackers are doing a good job up to this point of covering the backs of the backfield.
Viewing films will show that Princeton noted that Mueller seems to play their linebackers back just a little deeper than they have in the past. Hiawatha Francisco on the pitch. He gets blocking. A flag is down. Hiawatha Francisco getting excellent blocking out front. Darrell Woods again makes the tackle, but a flag is down at the 34-yard line.
Francisco is just running over everybody. Not only does he run around them and run through them, he's just running over them.
Now, evidently, that is not a flag that we see, Jeff, at the 34-yard line.
Might be a streamer from one of the celebrations that we had here on the field before the game.
Full house backfield behind Schaefer. Springmeyer, your power back. DeJuan Francisco, midfield, 45, down to about the 44-yard line. Schrader
made the stop.
Arm around him.
Schrader made the stop, but he got dragged for about 3 yards. He's only 5'10", about 186 pounds. And when you're trying to put a lasso around a Francisco brother, you better have a little bit more bulk than that.
For those of you who might want to know when the last time was that Mueller pretty much blew Princeton out, Mighty Mo beat Princeton back in 1977, 35-7. And then in 79, it was 34-7. Hiawatha Francisco was tripped up at the line of scrimmage, gets inside the 40, down to about the 38-yard line. A pickup about 5 on the play.
The thing that we have to notice about the backfield here is they've got so many offensive weapons. The defense has to think, what can they throw at us next?
Ploney evidently has deleted a lot of offensive looks out of the offensive book on the part of Mueller. Schaefer was hit as he got it away. The pass intended for Scott Mahan at the 35-yard line. Mahan under coverage.
Even though he's gotten pressure from the defense, he can afford to throw a pass into the seats or into the end zone. He's got a 34-point lead. You can take a chance every once in a while. It's not like he has to make every completion now. As you can see, yards passing 82. Moeller 946. Their opponents 923. Just about even there as far as their average is concerned.
Mueller leading 34-0 with just 2 minutes and 55 seconds before the end of the second quarter in possession. Tailback pitch, Juan Francisco. He's hit the line of scrimmage, but gets forward to about the 30-yard line. A pickup of about 8 on the play for Juan Francisco.
And his brother has broken the century mark for the first time in the ball game. 11 attempts, 122 yards.
The Mueller-Princeton game has decided the state championship 6 out of the last 7 years and has determined the Southwestern Ohio regional titles the last 11 straight years. 2 minutes and 30 and counting. Fake pitch, give it to Arthur on a block. A flag goes down at the 17-yard line. Arthur takes it to the 15.
And that's that delayed handoff we saw earlier. They just waited a couple of beats, put the ball right in the middle of his stomach, and let him go.
There was a fumble on the play, as you may have noted. Arthur now getting up slowly.
Yeah, Arthur looks like he might have a problem with his knee or his lower ankle, as opposed to his upper ankle, I suppose.
Speaking of state championships, Mueller has won 3 state crowns out of the last 4 years. We were talking about Clowney and his offensive philosophy. Let's see if we can see that hit, Jeff.
Now you see the fake pitch there and the delayed draw. He's trying to figure out which way his blocker is going to move that man out of the way. Now there you see the ball come out of his hands, and in that pileup, I think that's where he had a problem with his knee. He probably just was fallen on by one of the Princeton defenders.
Jeff, Jerry Faust, head football coach at Notre Dame, still holds his closeness to Mueller High School. Likewise, the staff at Mueller for Jerry Faust. I know that Clowney talks with Coach Faust quite frequently.
Oh, he said that he just talked to him a couple of times this week. It's a big game, and Jerry doesn't forget that sort of thing.
For those of you who would like to mark it on your calendars, you can see this super Princeton-Mueller matchup Saturday at 11 a.m. and 6 p.m. and twice on Sunday at 2 and 10 p.m. That's in the Cincinnati area only. Repeat, our replay time Saturday at 11 a.m. and 6 p.m. and Sunday at 2 and 10 p.m. That's the Cincinnati area only.
You see Arthur being helped off the field. Jim, you got something for us down there?
Yeah, from the sheer vantage point, it looks like a knee injury, unfortunately. They were looking at his knee, and when he got up, it did buckle in a little bit from just the weight of his body. So it's unfortunate. I tell you, he's had a great game this evening, ran a couple of end arounds here and got good yardage, made a couple of good catches. So it's unfortunate. Anytime you have a knee injury, it's really devastating, and I'm sure it is to him.
Well, hopefully it isn't too serious, but you never know about a knee. It's one of those things that...
Well, that's true. You never know the severity of it until actually it's checked by the doctor. But I know when I hurt my knee that when it went, I knew it was gone. I was fortunate enough to be able to come back from it, though, and I'm sure he will be, too.
Mueller up to the line of scrimmage. First down now. They face a long 18 yards after that penalty. John Schaefer still is the field general for Steve Clowney. Hiawatha Francisco with his brother blocking out front. Also, Dave Springmeyer leading the charge. Schrader makes the tackle, but not before he'd gotten down to about the 29-yard line. So that gives him back to the line of scrimmage originally, Jeff.
The thing about the backfield for Moeller is the fact that they block for each other so well. Now, as you can see, they're taking a look at Arthur's knee. They've got him stretched out. He's putting some gloves on so he doesn't catch cold.
Schaefer to Hiawatha. Brother Dwan. Dwan breaks it for another touchdown, Mueller. Hiawatha Francisco's brother, Dwan, most certainly not willing to operate in the shadow of his brother, Hiawatha, puts another touchdown on the books for Mueller.
And once again, you see, Mueller has just dominated this game in every possible respect. They've done everything on the defense. They've done everything on the offense. They made the big plays, and Princeton just hasn't been in the ballgame all evening long.
Dwan came into the ballgame with 64 points. He now has 76. 2 touchdowns for Dwan Francisco. Heinzman trying for the playoff touchdown out of the hole of out of the hole of Wessel. And trying for the 2-point conversion is Mahan, and it's good. Andy Wursel, the junior, the wingback on the hold, and Wursel on the toss to Mahan for 2 points.
Very clever play on the part of Steve Clowney. He wanted to make up that point that they missed earlier, so they go for 2 this time. Now they've got the score all evened up at 42-0.
A devastated Princeton Viking bench down below us, as the scoreboard now shows 42-0. And in all of the meetings between these two ball clubs, never a route anywhere comparable to this.
Let's see if we can see Mahan going again. Here's the pitch back. Scotty Mahan takes it, goes through the line. Oh, I'm sorry. This is Francisco on the touchdown. He just finds that corner, and Dewan says, thank you very much, another 6 points.
Jeff, there are many who feel that this might well be the finest football team that Mueller has ever fielded, and that's saying quite a lot.
Well, they certainly are showing us tonight what they can do with the offense. The thing that we have right now is that two-point conversion I was talking about earlier. Now watch, the fake field goal, they take the ball over, just a little flare pass, and now it's going to be all on his own.
Thompson receives the ball once again into the end zone. He'll bring it out first down and 20 at the 20, or pardon me, first and 10 at the 20.
And Princeton's got to get their drive back here. As you can see, there's the Moeller drive again, 10 plays, 83 yards, 3 minutes and 26 seconds. The capper, Juan Francisco from 30 yards out. And Bill, as we look down on the Princeton bench, which is right in front of us, they're here at the press box, they look a little listless.
Trailing 42 zip.
There's Pat Mancuso. He's not a happy man.
So double wideouts now for Matt Daniels, the quarterback, as they set up the veer. Daniels wants to put it up, takes the option, gets the block, up to the 20, up to about the 22, 23-yard line. Give him 3 in the stat sheet before Apke made the tackle on the play for Mueller.
Daniels saw that his receivers were covered. He saw a nice open hole there, so he said, well, okay, let's see if we can get some yardage this way. The only trouble is he had a bit of trouble picking it up himself because he slipped and then he got hit. Now it's going to be a very, very vital series for Princeton. If they can put something together on this drive, well, maybe they can save their pride.
Princeton flopping their 2 wideouts to the other side. Pass was intended for Robert Thompson. They turned him around, and the defender on the play for Mueller was Steve Apke once again. The 6'4", 190-pound senior and one of the blue chippers.
Thompson just didn't have a chance to get that ball. For some reason, it was put behind him. Got an injury update for you. The gentleman whose knee was taken off the field earlier, that was Kevin Arthur. He has possible ligament damage. We're going to have a check for you later on. It might be the ligaments or the cartilage, both. We'll keep you updated and let you know.
Matt Daniels 0 for 4 in the passing column. He wants to put it up again.
He's being chased.
Daniels throwing to Higdon, and Higdon can't get close to it at the 30-yard line. Incomplete with just 44 seconds left to play before halftime.
He comes over here. He comes into the flat.
Steve Kane putting pressure on him as Pat Mancuso down along the sideline, trying to stimulate a little different look.
Actually, he was trying to tell him what he did wrong on the play.
James Brown back at the 10 for the punt. Brown gets it away, shanks it.
Well, when things go wrong.
Things go wrong. What is that, Murphy's Law or something?
It should be. There is just no way that Princeton has been able to do anything tonight.
Talking about blue chippers on the field, probably these 2 ball clubs produce as many blue chip college prospects as any other 2 teams in the tri-state area. There are those in the nation, college coaches that is, that believe that Cincinnati is the capital of high school football in the nation. Most certainly many Cincinnatians would not argue that point.
Not at all.
Schaefer, full house. Springmeyer down into the 20, down inside the 20 to the 16. Marcus Harrison finally dragged him to the turf.
Springmeyer putting his shoes back on there. Jim LeClaire and I were sitting on the sidelines earlier before we were doing the pregame show, and we noticed that Moeller has a propensity for colored and unusual footwear. Some of the guys have shocking pink shoes. A couple of them have yellow and orange shoes. Very strange footwear down there.
Springmeyer averaging about 4.4 a carry on the season. And Springmeyer gets it once again inside the 10. He drives to the 5. As you recall, early on, we mentioned the fact that Springmeyer has scored once out of every 9 carries. He's been the young man that they've gone to down in pay dirt territory.
Springmeyer has such incredible balance down there. It's hard to take him off of his feet, and if he keeps his feet on the ground, he's going to keep going forward.
4 seconds, 3 seconds. Will they get it off? They do to Springmeyer. He's inside the 5, but he won't drive it home.
Saved by the bell.
So at the end of the half, our score, Mueller 42 and Princeton nothing, as the Mueller Fighting Crusader Marching Band prepares to go on the field for halftime.
And you can tell that how this game is going by just looking at the two teams going off the field. What's happening with Jim LeClaire? Go ahead, Jim.
Pat, obviously a disappointing first half. Moeller came out and really jumped on you, and they have really dominated the whole half. What are you going to tell the kids at halftime here, and what are you going to do to get back in this game?
Well, I don't know if there's anything to get back in the game, Jim. I think that they did. They came out and they blitzed us right off the field. The score, you know, pretty much explains what's been going on. We'll just have to play with a little more pride and hustle this half.
I know it's a tough thing, and I'll let you get back to your fellows.
Thank you.
Thank you.
An unhappy man, Pat Mancuso, a gentleman who has a lot of heart. Now, if we can take a shot, there's Arthur, the man who was injured with that knee problem. He's getting taken off the field right now, being carried.
With our halftime score, 42 Mueller and nothing Princeton, we'll be back after this quick timeout.
On the field, Jim LeClaire has Dr. D with the Cincinnati Bengals. Hank Bullitt. Jim?
I'm here with my coach, Hank Bulla. And Hank, I know that you've seen high school athletics all over, actually all over the United States. You've coached in several different towns. And just how, in your opinion, does Cincinnati, not only football compare, but Cincinnati athletics and I guess football in general compare to what you've seen all over the United States?
Well, Jimmy, as you've seen out here this evening here between Moeller and Princeton, two real good football teams. The score is not indicative at all of what type of team that Princeton has, but I've said this before, that I've recruited for Michigan State when I coached there throughout the country, Texas, Bubba Smith, George Webster's, and people like this. And my personal feeling that Cincinnati high school football, not only the Moeller and Princeton, but the Elders and just a numerous team, the Mount Pleasant, it's great high school football. It's comparable to none. I can't, Cincinnati football in the state of Ohio doesn't have to take a backseat to anybody.
Well, I think it's obvious this evening in just the running display of the Hiawatha Francisco, and his brother Dewan is probably going to be as good as he is. I think that they've really put on a display out here. Moeller came out and really jumped on Princeton, and I don't think Princeton ever recovered from that first drive.
No, Jim, as you and I both know, it looks like a little bit of the Super Bowl last year, the first half for us. You know, seemed like nothing was going right for us. It seemed like nothing was going right for Princeton here in the first half. They're a lot better football team that they've shown. Of course, you know, 42-0, you're behind. You're going to play them again next week. So, really, you know, Pat's got a tough job here of bringing them back to the second half. But Moeller is a great football team. Of course, you know, I'm a little prejudiced on that side.
Well, there's nothing wrong with that. I've been watching Shane off and on this evening, and I seen he got in front of the ball. He catches the ball better than I do, I think. He threw it right to him. He caught it. They throw it to me, and I drop it. But I think you're right. Moeller has got an excellent team, and it's going to be interesting to see how far they do go. They've got a good chance of not only getting in that state finals, but coming up state champs this year.
Well, next week is a new week when they play these folks again. You know, they're going to be playing it someplace, not here, probably on UC or maybe up in Dayton or maybe even Riverfront Stadium, since we're not using it. So maybe it'll be used at someplace like that, and it'll be an altogether different football game next week.
Well, I think so. I hope so, at least. I know that Pat Mancuso was awfully disappointed going off at halftime, and I'm sure that he'll be ready next week when they play again. Where it will be, we don't know. But, Coach, it's nice having you with me. I hope that the next time we see, you'll be coaching me again. Okay. But we'll have to just wait and see. Thanks for being with us, Coach.
Okay, Jim. Thanks a million.
Halftime at Princeton High School, the host Viking trailing mighty Moeller 42-zip. Jeff Fowler along with me here in the booth at Princeton, and it's very nice to welcome our host this evening, Dr. Richard Denoyer, Superintendent of Schools. It's nice of you to stop by, but I know these conditions are not what you preferred.
Not right now, Bill. I hope that we come back and make a showing in the second half.
I don't think anyone would have predicted a 42-0 score at halftime.
No, I don't think so either. It's one of those things. Kids aren't playing the way they should, and I think it's they got kind of down. I hope that Pat can get them up again so he plays a good second half.
Dr. Denoyer, I know that we were talking about the tremendous program at Princeton High School, and another step forward this evening, the Princeton Scholarship Fund.
Yes. Tonight, we received a check for $3,000 for our scholarship fund. is certainly going to help the students in the future to go to college, and we're very proud of the people that participated in this. We had 30 people participate in, and they each gave $100.
And the 50 game plan is something new this year, isn't it, Doctor?
Yes, this is the first time Bob Skyver came to the scholarship board and asked if we would like to put something like this on, and we said yes, and he got together with Stan Greninger, and the two of them helped to sell 30 tickets, and they certainly did a good job for us.
Dr. Denoyer, I know that I never visit with you, but we're always talking about things on the horizon. Can you share anything with us now as far as the future at Princeton High School and the system?
Sure. We're on our way in many different areas. We have computers in all of our schools now. The students are getting many opportunities to work with computers because that's the age that's coming up. It's coming on us very fast. Another thing we have, of course, is our TV network, where our students are given much time and opportunity to work with TV cameras, narrate the shows, do very many things in the area of TV. And, of course, I hope that you've seen some of them.
It's so nice of you to stop by and say hello.
Well, thank you, Bill.
Dr. Richard Denoyer, Superintendent of Schools, Princeton High School. Our scores, we noted, 42 Mueller and nothing Princeton, the Mueller band down below us. And Jeff, it may be a little redundant, but you might run over those first half scoring for us here once again.
Well, as we mentioned before, every time that they got the ball, they managed to put it in the end zone. The first time was a touchdown pass from Scott Mahan. The second time, Juan Francisco took it in from 20 yards out. And then another touchdown pass to Scotty Mahan, and we broke up the monotony a little bit by having a run-in by Mr. Francisco, Hiawatha this time, and then another 24-yard pass to Mahan. Finally, Juan Francisco gets the ball in again. That's his second touchdown of the night, and you total it up, and it's 42-0 in favor of Moeller.
You know, that was an interesting commentary with Coach Hank Bulla, the defensive coordinator of the Bengals, down with Jim LeClaire, and reiterating what we noted a few moments ago, the fact that the Cincinnati area is most certainly so strong in recruits. And I know I can remember talking with Ara Parsegan several years ago, and he mentioned that he felt that he identified some schools, which I will not allude to other than the fact that these two schools here were two of them that he noted. But he said that this area, the greater Cincinnati area, that they had to give top priority to at Notre Dame.
Oh, absolutely. Another thing, Mike Gottfried, who's the UC football coach, is very interested in all of the high school prospects here. The only trouble is it's very difficult to get them to go to UC because, well, they've had problems with their program, and the fact that they might be reclassified is always a problem, too. So it's difficult to get guys to stay here in Cincinnati, to play for Xavier or play for University of Cincinnati or even play for Dayton, because of the fact that they can't offer them the top scholarships that a lot of the Big Ten schools or even the Pac-10 schools can.
As we mentioned moments ago, getting back to this particular ball game here, Jeff, that the halftime score, 42-0, is the most devastating score in this 19-year series. Princeton won their 3 ball games back in 1966 with a 14-6 win. They had a 29-20 triumph in 72. And by the way, in 1972, that was the first year for the Ohio playoffs, and Mancuso did an almost, at that point in time, an unthinkable thing by actually beating Massillon in the playoffs.
Yeah, that's Paul Brown's old team, the Massillon team, and they're having a good year again, too. If we can take a look at the coaching records of the people that we have here involved tonight. For instance, Moeller, you can see Fuzzy Foss from 63 to 80, 174, 17, and 2. Not bad. Of course, Ted, he got out of there with no problem at all, except that one loss in postseason play. And Steve Clowney's coming along right now. No losses at all for both of them. Now, on the opposite coin, Pat Mancuso, 179, 41, and 11. Certainly not a record to be sloughed off in any way. The man is going for his 200th win. Probably he'll get it next season. We certainly hope so.
Yes, the graduate of Mount Union College, also coaching up at Latonia, Ohio, prior to coming here to Princeton. Princeton used to be in the old Hamilton County Suburban League.
They got too good.
And we mentioned in the pregame portion the third victory on the part of Princeton was back in 1978, and that was that 13-12 thriller, and Princeton went on to win the state crown that year.
Show you how good these two teams are. Here's how the rankings are going in the Ohio Prep Poll. Moeller, with that great record, has the 351 points. And then Massillon, Princeton, Sandusky, Miami Trace, and Berea are tied. Now, in the USA poll, which is a new newspaper that's put out nationally, you can see Moeller, number 1, and Princeton down there at the number 9 spot. In between Valdosta and a bunch of schools from Pennsylvania, Illinois, Texas, and Georgia. Bringing up the rear there, Jeff Davis from Montgomery, Alabama, named after the presidency of the president of the Confederacy.
Mueller 42, Princeton nothing. That's our halftime score. The Fighting Crusader band leaving the field now. We'll be back after this quick timeout. Let's go down on the field now to Jim LeClaire with head coach Steve Clowney of Mueller.
Coach, obviously unexpected dominance in the first half. You had a great first half. You dominated in every area. I think you come off the ball good. What can I say? You really you put 42 points on the board. Was it expected?
No, sure wasn't expected. You know, I couldn't believe it. I was saying when we got in the locker room, I just couldn't believe the score. It was just totally unbelievable to me.
Well, I tell you, your running backs are really getting the job done, but I think it's a real credit to your offensive line. They came out and really dominated the line of scrimmage, and I said as in our pregame show, that's what it was going to take for your offensive line to dominate the Princeton defensive line, and they really did that.
That's exactly true. Our offensive line's done a super job. Our defense has done a super job. I mean, and they just have a great ability to score, and it's far from being over. And anybody thinks that they're going to pack their bags is very wrong, because he's a good football coach, and he got a lot of pride here, and he'll be back.
Coach, thanks for being with us. Good luck to the second half. All right.
That's about as ebullient as I've seen Steve Clowney be. He's normally a very, very quiet, reserved man, but he's happy tonight. 42-0. I suppose he has a right to be.
Clowney, defensive coordinator last year under Ted Bacigalupo. Mueller now in their charge over to the bench area. They lead 42-0.
Now you see the Mueller team rushing over there to the bench, and there's Mr. Arthur. He was carried back onto the field. They didn't leave him in the dressing room. He wants to see the rest of the ball game. Esprit de corps counts for so much on a high school team, and he wants to make sure that he's there.
Again, repeating what we noted in the pregame portion of our telecast, as near as can be determined mathematically, both Princeton and Mueller have already secured sufficient points in the Harbin printouts. They will both qualify for the first round, the regional playoff date on Saturday, November the 13th. Now, I think according to what we learned from Coach Pat Mancuso, they needed only 2 wins from their opponents to get those points that would put both Mueller and Princeton head-to-head once again next week.
That is correct, as we see Mancuso down there on the line. The Harbin ratings is such a funny thing anyway, because of the fact that they take into consideration more than one factor, and that is the one-loss factor. They take into consideration the opponents, how the opponents scored, how you scored, and that sort of thing. And I don't know, I'm not really comfortable with the Harbins. Do you feel like they're really doing the Ohio prep scene any good?
I think that the majority of coaches that I've talked to, Jeff, seem to like the system. They feel that it may not be the most perfect system, but it is probably the best, at least at this point in time.
Let's take a look at the halftime stats for you. As you can see, totally dominated by Moeller, 324 yards rushing, none for Princeton. What more can you say? 95 yards passing to 19, and total yards, 419 to 19 yards. The only yards they picked up have been on those receptions. They haven't been able to do anything on the ground. And as we mentioned in the pregame show, that's where Princeton will win or lose this game, on the ground. And so far, they're not winning.
An interesting irony in the playoff posture. Kent McKinley, the defending state Division I champion, meets mighty Massillon Saturday afternoon, and Kent McKinley must beat Massillon in order to qualify for the playoffs. So here's the defending state champion with their test coming Saturday afternoon.
Well, they've got their backs to the wall in that Bulldogs game, absolutely.
Thompson and Brown back deep for Princeton, as Heinzman gets ready to kick off once again. Heinzman's Crusaders leading 42-0. A knuckleballer is picked up by Thompson at the 10 to the 15, up to about the 20-yard line before he's racked up by Tom Pitts.
And as you can see again, Princeton is not getting the good field position early on in their drive. They're caught back at the 20-yard line, the 23-yard line, the 26-yard line. They're just not getting out there, and they're not breaking any of the big plays.
It will be interesting to see now if Princeton will go on top out of that Beer offense. Double wideouts now. Matt Daniels, the quarterback, on the option as he rolls down the line of scrimmage. Daniels keeps it up over the 25-yard line to the 30, to the 31 or 2. A flag is down, and that is going to be close to a first down if it is not negated by the flag.
Just a possibility that it might be, except for the fact, we can see here on the replay, you'll see Daniels come out, fakes the option into the line, takes the ball, tries to put it away, comes across, picks up a hit there, shrugs it off, picks up another 2 yards, and I believe we're going to have an illegal procedure against Moeller for maybe a little piling on or so.
That was a penalty and will be the first down for Princeton.
Is that their first down or their second first down?
I believe it's their second first down of the ball game. First down via the penalty route. Ball moved out to the 48-yard line.
They finally got the ball at midfield. Now let's see what they can do with it. Remember the last time Daniels put it up, he's been intercepted twice so far in this game.
Daniels on the dive option, keep once again. Matt Daniels gets maybe one before he's racked up.
Once the defense realized that he wasn't going to pitch out, it was let's bury the quarterback time.
Matt Daniels rushing for almost 500 yards before coming into this ball game. Actually, I believe it was 475 on that quarterback option out of the veer. A counter dive. Daniels keeps it once again down to the 45, to the 44, 43-yard line. Close to a first down once again, Princeton.
And Pat Mancuso seems to be altering his game plan a bit, giving the ball to Daniels and letting Daniels decide what he's going to do with it, whether he's going to run, whether he's going to throw, or whether he's going to hand off. And the defense is just going to have to guess. But pretty soon, if he keeps doing that, they're going to start keying on Daniels, and that just might send him out of the ballgame if he takes a couple of more hits.
3rd and inches at the 43. Daniels with a slot, and Daniels keeps it down to the 40-yard line for the first down. Matt Daniels, the 200-pound senior, 6'2" quarterback.
He's carried 8 times right now for just about 45 yards. Not too shabby for a quarterback.
Daniels actually was a transfer student, played at Middletown last year, Jeff.
Well, if you're going to play football, this is the place to come.
Princeton getting more first downs here in about 2 minutes than they did the entire first half. Daniels once again going off the left side down to the 35. Mueller was concerned about the big play on the part of the Vikings. Princeton has been a big play team back through the years. I can remember back in the 80 campaign, as I recall, David Keeling with 2 long 70-yard plus pops.
But Daniels just doesn't have the strong enough arm to be able to float one of those down there.
James Brown hit hard. The ball is fumbled. Mueller recovers at the 35-yard line. James Brown hit hard, coughs it up. Mueller recovers. 3rd turnover, Princeton.
Brown took a good pop right at the line of scrimmage, and that's what freed the ball up, as you can see them getting up there. That's number 90. That's Riggs for Moeller, one of the men responsible for getting that turnover. And you'll see Brown take the ball here at the line of scrimmage from Daniels. He's got it tucked, but he takes a line hit right in the middle of his stomach where the ball was. There's only room for one object at a time, and the ball lost.
That's the first fumble by Princeton, the 3rd turnover, the other 2 by interceptions. Schaefer on a quick pass to the flat is complete to Wilford. Wilford gets the first down along the sidelines before he's pushed out of bounds inside of Viking territory, but they're going to bring it back and say that he was out of bounds at the 47-yard line, but it's still sufficient yardage for the first down.
Williford has good size for a receiver, not too tall, 6 feet tall, but 174 pounds, which gives you a lot of bulk to move those ends around.
12 yards on the pass run from Schaefer to Steve Williford. Draw, Springmeyer, midfield stripe down inside of Viking territory to about the 47-yard line. Give him about 5 on the carry. Ernest Harding made the tackle for the Vikings.
And Harding did a good job of keeping his legs from pumping so that he doesn't get run over. That's what the Moeller backs have been doing all night. They've just been slashing and keeping those defensive secondaries just not going to ride off the ball.
Twins on the far side for Mueller. Tailback pitch high on the Francisco. He's wrapped up right at the line of scrimmage by Scott Schrader, and Schrader would not let him go. Give him about a 1-yard pickup on the play.
Schrader's having an excellent game. He's the monster man, and Pat Mancuso really believes in that part of the defense. He's only 186 pounds, 5'10", but he's doing a real good job out there tonight against Moeller.
8 minutes and 30 seconds and counting in the third quarter. Mueller 42, Princeton nothing. Wursel now flip-flops to come to the low part of the screen. Schaefer on the look-in pass is incomplete. Intended for Andy Wursel, the 6'2", 185-pound senior.
They brought Wursel to the side on the motion, trying to draw the secondary over to the other side. It didn't work, and as you can see here on the replay, he comes back, throws the ball. Nice ball thrown. No wobbles, but the defense just got there ahead of him. Right now, Schaefer is 10 for 6 with 107 yards passing.
Would you believe that this is Mueller's first punt of the ball game? And would you believe this is the first time they've had possession that they've had to give it up without a score?
Uh-oh.
Harrison lets it bounce at the 5, and it is going dead at the 4.
Marcus Harrison was standing there looking at the ball. He misjudged it. He was going to try for the catch, but then he saw it was going to be past him, so he couldn't turn around and catch the ball over his shoulder. He let it try to bounce into the end zone, but it just didn't cooperate. Nothing is going right for Princeton tonight. They're not even getting the ball to cooperate.
44-yard boot. Mueller, on third down conversions, had been 5 out of 6 before that last series, having to give it up on the punt.
Look at those punting stats there for a second. You can see how awesome the special teams can be for both these squads.
Matt Daniels to Thompson, to the 5, maybe to the 6. 1 or 2 yards on the pickup for Robert Thompson. Thompson, leading scorer on the Vikings, coming in the ball game with 78 points, averaging better than 7 yards a carry.
Notice he's holding his wrist or his arm there, Bill. I think he's got a problem. He's in a lot of pain there. He's staying in the ball game.
Kennedy made the tackle on the play from his linebacking slot. Daniels in the veer. The veer counter. The handoff to James Brown up to the 10. A fumble on the play. Mueller recovers. Matt Daniels in the 360 pivot gives to James Brown. Brown is hit and coughs it up once again. That is the second fumble that they've turned over. That's the 4th turnover for the Vikings.
There's just nothing you can say. There's Pat Mancuso looking down at the ground. He's, I would say, unhappy. Would that be understating it just a little bit? Now let's take a look at it, and you can see him get the ball. He's got it nice and secure, tucked in there, but he starts playing a little bit fast and loose when he moves up to the line of scrimmage. Coughs it up there on that big hit, and it's Mueller's ball.
John Schaefer in the full house. Down close to the goal line.
Tommy Fitz took the ball.
Mueller.
He's a new back we've got in there tonight. I guess they decided to give the brothers Francisco a bit of a rest.
Getting back to Princeton momentarily. Thompson, 4 attempts, 10 yards. Let's go down to Jim LeClaire on the sideline.
We'll be checking in with Jim after this play. As you can see, we've got some different offensive members for Moeller.
Mark Camphouse now the quarterback for Steve Connie. Tailback pitch, and he puts it in. Steve Sharp.
Steve Sharp's a junior, 5'11", 170 pounds, and doesn't matter who you're giving the ball to tonight when you've got a Moeller uniform on. You looks like you're going to score.
So Steve Clowney now going to the bench, as he has done so many times during the '82 campaign. And now the young man trying to point after touchdown is a young man by the name of Malink, Chris Malink. Chris is the brother of Tony Malink, who was an outstanding kicker back several years ago for Mueller.
As we were talking about before, the fact that a family tradition is very important in Mueller. A lot of brothers want their little brothers to play for the team. See if they can outdo them, a little sibling rivalry.
Malink puts it home for the point after touchdown. The scoreboard now shows 49 Mueller and Princeton nothing. You know, it's ironic, Jeff, because Years and years ago, Faust used to admit that he didn't spend any time at all on the kicking game, yet the tradition of the kickers working with the underclassmen made the quality of the program that they had.
It's a very strong tradition, and it's something that the players do themselves. Sometimes when a coach ignores a certain part of a game, the players will take it upon themselves to go ahead and develop that part of the game. And that's exactly what Mueller has done.
You know, we most certainly can't slight the tremendous family tradition and the number of outstanding players from Princeton High School that have gone on to major Division I college play. Right off the top of my head, I'm thinking of a young man by the name of Thad Jemison, who was featured in the Inquirer this week.
Jennison was outstanding as a Viking. Now we're getting a little bit of discussion down there at the kickoff.
Jemison, by the way, playing for Earl Bruce at Ohio State.
Getting ready for the, how many kickoffs does this make it now? 7th?
Malink, Thompson at the 6. Thompson tackled by Fitz at the 32, 33-yard line. So the Vikings will try it once again, trailing 49-0. And Jeff, how difficult it must be to trail 49-0 and be only 6 minutes and 10 seconds away from the end of the third quarter.
Not only that, the fact that they've not been able to get outside the 40-yard line on any first down that they've had at the beginning of a series. Every time they get the ball, they're in the 30 or 25-yard line range.
Matt Daniels stays in at the field general position for Pat Mancuso. He was going for Higdon. He overthrows him at the 45-yard line. Clock stop at 5 minutes and 56 seconds. Mueller 49, Princeton nothing. It'll bring up a 2nd and 10.
And that's one of those things when you have to depend on the big play that's something that you haven't been depending on all season long. When you have to put something in a quickness, your timing isn't going to be good, your receivers aren't going to be ready, and you're going to make mistakes. So far we've had 2 interceptions. That could have been another interception.
Ball is at the Viking 33. Draw to James Brown, 30, 35, 40, up to about the 45-yard line. James Brown on a nice pop off the left side. Excellent blocking by the front wall of the Vikings.
We'll take another look at it here. Now you can see Brown take the ball 7 yards back, and he just flat moves right through the secondary. Takes a good hit there, but it takes 2 men to bring him down.
13 yards on the pickup by James Brown. Brown 29 yards on 8 carries now. Daniels under pressure. James Brown, the intended receiver at the 45-yard line of Mueller. Incomplete.
And now Daniel is 7 for zip. And Pat Mancuso is not a happy man on the sideline. He's trying to tell him to take his time, I think, when he's setting back the pass. But Daniel, I think, is just a little bit gun-shy out there.
2nd down and 10. 5 minutes and 28 seconds on the board. Third quarter. Mueller 49. Princeton nothing. Robert Thompson inside of Mueller territory, knocked out of bounds at about the 35-yard line.
And you can hear our on-field mics down in the corner. Mancuso was still kind of complaining about the fact that Matt Daniels has been unable to do a good job in the passing. But we're making up for it on the ground. As you can see, he just comes right through the hole there, heads for the outside. Now watch this come up right here. That block was great to spring him for another 10 yards. But he finally runs out of running room.
Newell split wide. Daniels going on the fly pattern, and it's dropped by Munlin. Vincent Munlin dropped what was a touchdown pass. Let's go down below in the trenches to Jim LeClaire.
You know, they talk about Princeton not being able to throw the ball. I think they've thrown the ball quite well. He's had a lot of balls dropped that were right in the hands of his receivers this evening, and that's awfully hard on a young quarterback. Talking to Pat Mancuso earlier this week, excuse me, he said that the draw play was his best play. Now, they ran a draw twice for about 40 yards. I think they should come back to it a couple more times.
They're certainly not having a lot of success with the pass.
Not to this point.
Good observation, Jim. Matt Daniels back. Out of the backfield, Thompson. Robert Thompson coming out of the backfield gets the pass completion
So no sooner did Jim and I talk about the fact that they're not having success with the pass, and they come back with a successful pass play. But that was more or less the law of averages there. Out of 8 attempts, he finally got one.
Welling makes the tackle at the 20-yard line. First down, Princeton. The Vikings on a roll. They're trailing 49-0, third quarter.
They just want to avoid a shutout at all costs here.
Daniels getting a block from Robert Thompson and does it on his own for a pickup of about 5. We mentioned at the top of the telecast about Johnny Gifford, the gentleman responsible for the stadium and/or the field, who certainly compliments to Princeton High School. Their field, as we noted, immaculate, well-groomed. Matt Daniels in the veer with double wideouts. James Brown down inside the 15, down to the 14 to the 13-yard line. Rolfs making the tackle for Mueller.
They still have about 5 or, well, maybe 4 yards for the first down. Forget who I'm talking to here. The problem is that Daniels is going to have to solve what to do with this shortened up secondary, since they've got only 20 yards down there. They don't have the defenders strung out. He's going to have to find a hole in that seam somehow.
Mullen split wide right. Higdon, the tight end, on the left side. Robert Thompson down inside the 5 to the 4. Thompson, as we mentioned early on, averaging better than 7 yards a carry, and Mueller has held him in check throughout the ball game, at least up until this point.
Mark Bemis making the stop for Moeller. Big guy, 6'0", 170 pounds. About average for Moeller.
Ball at the 4. And little or no gain as Princeton maybe takes it down to about the 3. The Vikings knocking on the door, obviously for nothing more than pride. They would like to put points on the board on this one.
And Moeller's put some of their beef back in that defensive line. They want to make sure that they maintain their shutout.
Mueller has permitted only a little over 8 points per ball game up to this point in the season. Daniels on the quarterback option, that's nothing. A loss of maybe a foot, 2 feet on the play.
There was just nowhere for him to go. He just kept running into those white shirts, and Joe Rolfs finally puts that containment tackle on him to make sure that he wasn't able to turn the corner and make another yard or so.
Steve Spatz making the tackle as he came up to close the hole. Robert Thompson, 29 yards on 6 carries. And the dive option, once again, Mueller comes to the 4 and stops him. So the Vikings having a great deal of difficulty down inside the 5. Greg Hudson made the tackle that time for the Fighting Crusaders.
Now Matt Daniels looking over at the sideline to see what Pat Mancuso is bringing in. It's going to be an interesting call because they've run at their strength on 3 separate plays.
Spatz shaken up on the play for Mueller going to the sidelines. Matt Daniels on the quarterback option, gets the block and gets it. Now there was a beautiful example of the veer quarterback option. Daniels rolling down the line of scrimmage, saw the hole open up, didn't take the pitch, and popped inside for 6.
And Pat doesn't look happy. I guess he was a little bit relieved. There you see Daniels has now scored 6 touchdowns so far this season. Not bad for a veer quarterback.
The veer originated by Houston's Yeoman, very similar to the wishbone, with the exception that the veer gives a little bit more passing potential. The kick is up by Princeton and good as Jerry Combs gets the point after touchdown. Combs coming into the ball game was 11 out of 13.
But you can see this, the score is still squared, 49-7. Let's take a look at the touchdown and see Matt Daniels pick his hole there. You can see he's picked up his blocker. He realizes if he moves this just a little bit laterally, he can get in the end zone. He looks up heaven and says, thank you for this one.
We're just 2 minutes and 30 seconds away from the end of the third quarter. You'll notice, again, substitutions galore on the part of Mueller. Princeton staying pretty much with their starting lineup, as the Vikings now will kick from right to left or west to east here at Princeton Stadium. Back deep. for Mueller is Juan Francisco, the middleman.
Now, if they can get a good enough kickoff where they can put the ball back into the end zone and keep that momentum away from Moeller.
Holmes kicking off for the Vikings. It's a short kick taken by Mahan at the 16 up to the 30, 32-yard line before he's racked up. Munlin making the tackle, Jeff, on the play.
I was going to say that Mahan is having just a really, really good game for the Crusaders. There's the scoring drive, 11 plays, 77 yards. And that final thing, the final result was Daniels going in from the 2-yard line, took him 3 minutes and 48 seconds. And finally, Princeton has replaced the goose egg on the scoreboard.
Camp House, I'll get it out in a minute. Camp House, the quarterback for Mueller, replacing the starter John Schaefer. The tailback pitch goes to Spitz. Mark Camphouse is a sophomore, 6'3", 175-pounder. He has passed for 1 touchdown in his offensive column so far in the season.
The Moeller bench is so deep. They have so many guys on the team to begin with, and so many of those guys can do such a good job that you can substitute really almost from the beginning of the game and still have a very, very sound football team.
Camphouse staying with the double tight end, T formation. Camphouse on a long count. Napoli on the give up over the 40 to the 43, 44-yard line. That's going to be a first down, Mueller. Darrell Woods on another tackle, and Darrell Woods most certainly one of the candidates for MVP.
Oh, I have to agree with you, Bill. Woods has been doing a fine job, and I think you're going to have to look for the MVP on the side of the defense tonight. The offense has a whole lot to shine about tonight.
1st and 10 at the 44. Mueller leading 49-7 at the controls. Camphouse is bulldog back at the 39-yard line by Darrell Woods once again.
And there you see Woods coming in to make that play. He just couldn't believe he had the quarterback back there. He hesitated just long enough to looking for that look-in pass, and Woods nailed him.
5-yard loss perpetrated by Darrell Woods. Woods, one of the blue chippers on the Viking ball club, along with Robert Thompson and Matt Daniels, most certainly Division 1A prospects. Camphouse on a nice bit of faking goes to Steve Sharp, the fullback, the junior, 170-pounder. Speaking of blue chippers, as far as Mueller is concerned, you can put the names of Heinzman, John Schaefer, quarterback, Williford, Purvis, Springmeyer, Larkin, Betts, Whaler, Kevin Arthur, Hiawatha Francisco, Duckworth, Shane Bulla, Steve Apke, and Gary Greavy in that column. We'll be back with the start of the 4th quarter in just a moment. We turn the corner and head into the 4th and final quarter here at Princeton High School. Mueller led 20-0 at the end of the first stop, 42-zip at halftime. They led 49-7 at the end of the 3rd stop. Mueller with Camphouse at the controls. Camphouse to Howard, 40, 45, midfield. Howard on the pitch. Hutchings makes the tackle for Princeton.
Howard's one of those guys that's just basically a backup for Hiawatha from the backfield. He's 200 pounds, 6 foot even. Doesn't have the great speed that Francisco has, but still he gets the job done. He's a big bull out there.
I apologize to Mr. Hunter. I called him Mr. Howard. Howard Hunter. Mueller now with their offensive line shifting, checking off their defensive coverage as the punt is away from Chuck Ween. It's only the 2nd punt in the ball game for Ween. That's about 33 yards.
And every time he's gotten the chance to throw, to kick the ball, he's done a real good job. Marcus Harrison down there once again, looking at the ball drop right in front of him. and they've got negative yards again before they can start this drive.
This is game 10 in the Cube Sports coverage of high school football. The game of the week. The number one matchup, obviously, in the tri-state area. Princeton, 8-0 coming in. Mueller, 9-0. Matt Daniels to James Brown. Daylight up to the 31-yard line before he's racked up.
And you'll notice that they haven't been able to bring off that big play that they've been talking about. Princeton just has a problem getting the people out there quick enough to block downfield. They gain maybe 12 yards, 13 yards, but then they really can't follow up with that to go all the way down.
James Brown getting Princeton another first down. Matt Daniels goes to Robert Thompson. Thompson spins out of a tackler, drops the ball, recovers it at the 31-yard line.
Thompson real lucky there. Very good presence of mind in the fact that he realized that he wasn't going to be able to do anything more on this drive unless he kept the ball in his possession. So he stopped himself and went back and got it. As you can see here on the replay, Thompson takes the ball. Now he gets stopped at the line of scrimmage, but just rolls right off of it, comes in, takes a hit, and the ball gets pushed out of his hands. And he very wisely comes back to get it.
An old sports name comes to the fore. Phil Rizzuto making the tackle. Flags down, movement on the part of the offensive unit of the Vikings. That will be a 5-yard mark-off.
Just a little bit over-anxious there. Want to get the ball into play.
We'd like to remind our viewers that you can see the replay of this Mueller-Princeton matchup on Saturday at 11 a.m. and 6 p.m. and twice on Sunday, 2 and 10 p.m., and that's in the Cincinnati area only. We'd like to most certainly take this opportunity to say hello to our Columbus, Ohio friends. Jeff Fowler, yours truly, Bill Meredith, in the press box. Down on the sidelines, Jim LeClaire, defensive captain, Cincinnati Bengals. John Wright, our producer-director. This is the 10th and final game of regular season, telecast by Cube. Interact 30. A sack by the Mueller D, and you can see their elation down below.
Well, you've got these guys that are playing sort of second echelon players that are coming in for the defense for Mueller. And they're the kind of guys that are going to try to make this thing move. Now, as you can see, Daniels comes back, and he just gets buried. He has nowhere to go. He's trying to find his receiver, and he just gets nailed. What more can you say when you've got all your defensive men covering all of your downfield receivers? There's no way you can get the pass off.
3rd and 23, Matt Daniels, the quarterback, firing to Higdon, and Higdon actually was not turned around. The pass incomplete, clock stop at 9:24.
Paul Betts almost picked that ball off over there on the sidelines. He had Betts and Rick Herbal over there both.
We'd like to remind you that Cube Sports will inaugurate our high school game of the week basketball on December the 3rd, so put it on the calendar. The schedule will be announced forthcoming. And Jim Brown punting it away. Takes a Mueller kick back to the Viking 35-yard line, and when things go wrong, as you noted in the first half, Jeff, they go wrong.
They are just not having any cooperation from anything. The ball says, no, I'm not going to bounce the other way. That's the second time that that's happened, and it just takes another 10-yard bounce, kicks him back even further.
Would you believe 15 yards?
I believe 15 yards. With 49-7, I believe practically anything.
1st and 10 at the 35-yard line. Mueller leading 49-7 with just 9 minutes and 3 seconds left before the conclusion of what was touted as the game in the nation. Camp House drilling that ball, incomplete. Andy Wursel, the intended receiver, Napier, the defender on the play for Princeton.
Napier doing a very good job of getting out in front of that ball, realizing that it was going his way, making the big play, and keeping that pass game within a certain amount of restriction. I mean, after all, Mueller can't do everything right all the time.
We've challenged our viewers to pick out the MVPs throughout the regular season. Who are you picking in this one? Stay with us. We'll have those announcements in the latter stage of the ball game. Camp House with a lot of poise, Complete to Andy Wursel.
Moeller finding itself in a very good position here. Now you see him coming back here. Now he's looking down, but he's looking over on the side. Great pressure there put on by the Princeton defense. Manages to get it off, and Wursel brings it back in, and they're right back where they want to be.
8 minutes and 43 seconds. Clock stopped. Mueller 49, Princeton 7. In all probability, these two teams will match up on Saturday, November the 13th, in the first round of the postseason playoffs. Camp House showing a lot of poise at the quarterback position for Steve Clowney, only a sophomore, as we get a penalty mark off against the Fighting Crusaders.
And one of the things we noticed in the pregame show was the fact that Princeton is a younger team than Moeller. That has shown up tonight in the fact that there have been a few missed assignments, a couple of problems on the defense that have let Moeller run over them. But believe me, they're going to be ready next year.
Reminder once again, Mueller has averaged better than 35 points a ball game coming into this one. They permitted only 8+ a ball game. They're right close to those stats now defensively. Halftime stats, you noted, were most certainly very impressive on the defense. Napoli on the reception on that pass from Camp House, and Camp House really took a hit. 3 men, and we have a Viking down at the 36-yard line, or pardon me, the 26-yard line. We believe it's Schrader.
Yeah, Schrader took a big hit there, and I think he's got a problem. He's holding his abdomen, so it might be the fact that he's got either a muscle pull in the stomach area or the breath knocked out of him. But I don't think he'd be moving around that much if he got the breath knocked out of him. Jim, can you see anything down there?
I can't see anything right now. It is Darrell Woods that's down on the field.
It looks like he might have some sort of muscle pull the way he's moving around. We're checking right now to see what.
Am I on right now?
Schrader is the young man who made the tackle on the play. It is not Schrader down, as near as we can. It is Darrell Woods.
Number 66, Darrell Woods. He's being helped to his feet right now. And he's not walking well at all. I don't know whether he's got some sort of problem in his abdomen, his stomach, that's making him cramp up. That could be it. Let's see if we can see where the injury occurs.
Princeton, as you noted.
Well, as you saw on the replay, just as he was getting the pass off, he came right in the middle of that formation and probably got knocked around, probably got a helmet in the stomach. That might have a lot to do with the way he's feeling right now.
Ed Hartwig, the trainer, helping Woods to the sideline. Jeff, you mentioned the outstanding student trainer program here at Princeton High School. Ed Hartwig, the head trainer, most certainly responsible for that program. And look at Camp House drill that ball. Camp House puts it in the groove.
And Tom Fitz had to come back for that ball because Camp House put it just a little bit short and a little bit low because he wanted to make sure he didn't throw it high and give Princeton the interception.
You like to see a quarterback zing him like that, Jeff.
Oh, he's really got a lot on the ball tonight. There's probably one of the water buckets that won't be used for drinking water after the game with Shane Bullett's foot in it.
Marcus Harrison going back deep for Princeton, received the punt from Ween.
Wonder if Shane's got an ankle problem, whether he's just trying to take a rest.
32 yards on the punt by Chuck Ween. And Marcus Harrison not able to traverse the turf at all.
He was just swamped, absolutely swamped back there. We have the injury report, and apparently, as we mentioned, it was a groin injury, not a muscle pull, though.
7 minutes and 25 seconds and counting. Mueller 49, Princeton 7. Jim LeClaire, Jeff Fowler, yours truly, Bill Meredith. Pass is dropped by Robert Thompson at the 10-yard line, and once again, as Jim LeClaire noted down on the sidelines, Matt Daniels' passing stats most certainly would be much improved had it not been for the fact that several of his aerials have been dropped tonight.
Yeah, he's put him in the right place. It's just the fact that they haven't been able to hold on to him, and that can really, really discourage a quarterback, but he's got his poise out there.
Needless to say, the traffic on Chester Road picking up as we near the end of the ball game with Mueller leading 49-7. Daniels finally takes it out of bounds at the 7-yard line.
He was trying to fake the runner. He was trying to fake his defender off by pumping the pass, making think he was going to throw it, but he had nowhere to throw it. So he
passing column for 18 yards. Most certainly not indicative of the passer that he is.
Not at all. And one of the things that we've noticed, well, we'll get back to that in just a second.
Daniels trying to go for James Brown, incomplete at the 7-yard line. Clock stop, 7:06.
Yeah, we were mentioning earlier about the pass play and the fact that Thompson couldn't hold on to it. One of the things that they've noticed here at the ball game down the truck is the fact that Thompson is not able to pick up the ball when it's thrown with his to his right hand. That's the hand that we saw him holding earlier in the huddle. Apparently he has some sort of muscle pull or some kind of problem there. He is not able to really grip or use it in the fashion that you would normally expect a receiver to be able to use it.
Mike Welling, one of the young men deep. Welling takes it at the 40. He's hit and gets down about to the 38-yard line before he is hit. About 38 yards on the punt by James Brown.
Vinnie Simpson put a real good hit on him down there. Just knocked him right off his feet, and that's all you have to do. That stops the run back right there.
Let's make that about a 30-yard punt for James Brown. So now Mueller gets control once again with 7 minutes and counting, fourth quarter. The Fighting Crusaders lead 49-7. Fitz, the back pitch down to the 35 and racked up hard.
Looked like the flying trapeze there for a while. He was surrounded by 3 Princeton defenders, and they just lifted him up in the air and said, well, you're not going any further right now.
Hill and Napier collaborating on the tackle.
See if we can see Tom Fitz do his aerial ballet here. He's caught there. Whoop.
Fake pitch. Back to pass, throwing long and almost. Jeff Capon almost had the reception. Jim Schaefer now, the other quarterback used by Clowney into the lineup. He's also a junior, 5'11", 155-pounder.
You can see Capon's reception here, or non-reception here. The 6'3", 185-pound defense end is coming out for the ball. And he starts thinking touchdown before he's got it. A bit miffed, I would say.
You can most certainly use the word awesome when you talk about Mueller. And most certainly, to make the point here, Princeton had only allowed a little over 6 points a ball game by their opposition this season. Mueller with a big power back, Howard Hunter, 200-pound senior, pushed out of bounds by Graham.
We were talking about Hunter before. He's one of those gentlemen that is a replacement for Francisco's when the score gets up that high, or else they have a problem physically. But Hunter's no slouch at all. The only trouble, he doesn't have that blinding speed that Juan and Hiawatha have.
Jim Schaefer, no relation to John Schaefer at quarterback. Schaefer fakes the pitch on play action and goes to Mahan. He throws him just a little too tall.
Well, he had 2 defenders in the area, so I don't blame him for throwing it just a little bit out of his reach, because if he would have thrown it behind him, they would have had a chance for an interception. And you don't want to do that this late in the game. Spoils your stats.
I'm sorry, I said Scott Mahan. I meant Capon. Actually, the 86 and 88. Distorted from our angle here in the press box. That was Capon, almost. You'll notice that Clowney has gone pretty much with the team at full house throughout much of the ball game. Fitz gets a block up front by Howard. Howard Hunter on the nice block up front on the lead.
And Mueller is still doing everything right. They really aren't making that many mistakes in their offensive plan. They're holding tight on the offensive line, blowing the guys away. They're doing everything they can to possibly, give Princeton an inferiority complex, but we'll see what happens next Saturday.
5 minutes and 30 seconds and counting, fourth quarter. Mueller threatening once again. Jim Schaefer at the controls for Steve Clowney. A quick hitter off the left side gets inside the 10 down to about the 9. And that's going to be close to a first down. We may move the chains on that one.
Just pure muscle involved there. Princeton said that they aren't going any further, so they just wrestled him to the ground. Number 85 in there on that play. That's Mark Southall. 5'11", 180-pound senior. He was an honorable mention in the GMC as a junior, so you know he can play some football.
Jim Schaefer, the quarterback, once again the full house, double tight end set. The pitch goes to Hunter, pulls his way to the 5, to the 4, and in. So Howard Hunter, all 200 pounds of him, puts it into the end zone for another 6.
And you'll notice there that Hunter, as we mentioned, doesn't have that great speed, but what he's got is a lot of momentum once he starts those 200 pounds rolling. He's a very difficult man to bring down, especially once you get in that secondary.
It's almost impossible to believe that this is the highest point total on the season for Mueller.
That they would do it in this game is really an incredible thing to have happen, especially against the Vikings. The fact that the Vikings don't yield that many points, and the fact that they've been having a little bit of trouble tonight with the defense. There's just no doubt about it.
It was incredible that they rolled up 43 points against defending Buckeye champion Kent McKinley in that 43-10 win.
We've got our most valuable players. They have been selected by the Cube Sports staff. For Moeller is Steve Mahan. For Princeton, it is Darrell Woods. An honorarium is going to be sent to each school's athletic fund. Congratulations, Mr. Mahan and Mr. Woods.
So our MVPs announced with just 4 minutes and 52 seconds left in the ball game. And Mueller threatening once again on a nice pop by Howard Hunter. Touchdowns have been most certainly prolific here on the part of the Fighting Crusaders. Scott Mahan getting one in the first period. Francisco getting one first period. Mahan coming back and getting another with just 21 seconds left in the first quarter. Francisco, Mahan, and Juan Francisco in the second quarter. Sharp and Howard Hunter.
There you see Steve Clowney on the sidelines.
A field goal attempt now by Mueller, and Malink to try it. Or pardon me, the point after touchdown by Malink, and it is good. So Chris Malink gets the point after touchdown for Mueller, and the board now 56. Mueller and 7.
Everybody gets his speed up. He wants that touchdown bad. You can tell.
Well, I'm sure the challenge now for Pat Mancuso and the Viking staff will be to get these kids back up again for the rematch next week.
One of the interesting things I was talking to Pat last week is the fact that you can't keep the team up for every game. I mean, over a 10-game schedule, you are not going to have that enthusiasm and that fire over every game. And apparently, they picked a bad time to hit a valley.
An interesting stat from Randy Danbury and Shane Meredith, our statisticians. Mueller has scored more points tonight than all of the opponents combined all season long. 56. James Brown bringing the kickoff up the 32-yard line, 1st and 10 for the Vikings.
That was Tom Fitz catching him from behind. We've seen Tom on the offense. Now you see him on the defense and the special teams. There's the Moeller scoring drive. 6 plays, 37 yards, 8 up 2 minutes. The capper, Mr. Hunter, and the 200 pounds of his bulk going in.
Princeton now going with the new signal caller, Jenke. Jenke firing to James Brown coming out of the backfield. Or pardon me, I'm sorry, Bill Finley, the quarterback in. Finley is a senior, a 5'10", 165-pounder.
And he threw right past 2 of his receivers. Vince Mueller also has had a chance to get that ball, number 82, but he just drilled it right past him on the belt buckle high.
Mueller now split to the low part of your screen. John Huck to the top. Simpson, one of the backs in there now with James Brown. Robert Thompson getting a respite along the sidelines. 4 minutes. Pardon me, Jeff.
I said they might as well rest him because they've got a big game next week, and with the score 56-7, there's not much chance of coming back in this ball game. You might as well get the guys in there that maybe need some seasoning for next year.
Good point.
Now, third down, 6.
Third down and 6. 4 minutes left to play and counting. 56-7. Mueller on top. Play action. Finley.
Interception.
Intercepted at the 43-yard line.
That's Ken Kanabe. Kanabe doing a real fine job of just waiting for that ball. He knew it was coming to him because there was not a Princeton receiver around him.
So Mueller collecting their third interception, Jeff.
Now you see the new quarterback going back to pass, and he's aiming for the middle of the field, hoping that one of his men is going to cross pattern. But Kenobi takes it. He looks real surprised.
5th turnover in the ball game for Princeton. Most certainly not like a Mancuso coach ball club. Sharp, 45, midfield, inside of Viking territory to about the 49-yard line. Schrader came up to make the tackle on the play for Princeton. And the officials will put the nose of the ball just to the Mueller side of the midfield stripe.
And you can see the players in the offensive huddle holding hands, making sure that they've got all their directions straight.
We're nearing the 3-minute mark of the 4th quarter. Mueller now in the eye. Pitch to Sharp, 45-40. Sharp getting first down yardage down to the Princeton 40.
And the entire Moeller backfield's moving through the defensive secondary of Princeton like a hot knife through butter. Nobody's touching them. They haven't done it all night.
Corey Thomas gets his name in the stat sheet on the tackle for the Vikes. Once again, pardon me, Jeff.
I was just going to say, as you see less than 3 minutes to go in the game, and they've got to start next week working on controlling that line of scrimmage.
Once again, we'd like to thank our host here at Princeton High School, Dr. Richard Denoyer, the superintendent of schools. We had a chance to say hello at halftime. Likewise to Dr. Stite, the principal at Princeton High School.
There you see Pat Mancuso down there on the sideline, just sort of waiting for the clock to run out. Not much he can do about it right now.
Jim Schaefer, the quarterback. Mueller. Sharp. The flag is down at the 30, to the 25, down to the 20, inside of the 15. Dan Graham finally brought him to the turf on a nice run by Sharp. But let's check out the flag back at the 33-yard line.
We were talking about Steve Sharp earlier. He doesn't have that big size. He's not only 170 pounds, 5'11", and it's going to go against Moeller, so we're going to bring it back.
You know, this has to be a most rewarding year, Jeff, for the new principal at Mueller High School, Father Robert Marine. He was a '64 graduate of Mueller High School, returns now to succeed Father Lawrence Krusling. Father Krusling, principal at Mueller for some 13 years, as I recall.
That's a nice thing about Moeller, the fact that they have such a almost interchangeable part machine. The fact that they can plug in anybody. You know, you lose Jerry Faust, well, you bring in Ted Bacigalupo. You lose Ted Bacigalupo, you bring in Steve Clowney. You lose a principal, you bring another one in, and the machine just keeps rolling along.
So Mueller now faced with their 2-minute drill. 56-7. They top the Princeton Vikings in probably what has to be the surprise of the 1982 season. No one would have ever predicted this. Schaefer on a hit, and a flag is down for roughing the passer. And most certainly the frustration showing down on the field as Princeton drawing a personal foul. Andrew Hill, the 6'1", 195-pound senior, I know, most certainly showing all of the frustration that the Vikings must undergo here tonight.
Talking to the Princeton defense right now. As Schaefer listens in.
It's tough to come back to school on Monday morning after a ball game like this one.
I think I'd be sick for about a week.
Tim Murray, the referee, signaling the penalty as he talks to quarterback Jim Schaefer. 1 minute and 34 seconds. That's all there is before the conclusion of the final game of the 1982 regular season for both Mueller and Princeton. There is a strong probability that these two teams will match up, as we've noted on several occasions during our telecast, on Saturday, November the 13th. The first of 3 levels of the OHSAA postseason play.
There's an idea of how the penalties are going right now. 7 for 95 yards for Moeller, only 2 for 20 for Princeton, but then they haven't had the ball that much. Steve Klein doesn't look too terribly concerned about it.
You know, you talk about intensity. There is Mr. Intensity across the way. Clowney, a weightlifting champion here around Cincinnati. He was Mr. Cincinnati back several years ago. Schaefer on the tailback pitch. The whistle stops the play sharp.
We're going to have a little bit of illegal motion there, Bill.
Young man receiving the pitch.
Yeah. And it's against the Crusaders. We're talking about Clowney being intense. He's portrayed a lot of times in the media as being the kind of guy with not very much of a sense of humor, but I found him to be a very warm and very pleasant guy to work with.
Good sense of humor. Most certainly all business during business hours.
Absolutely, but he can get on a bright side every once in a while, and I'm sure he's going to have a good time tonight.
Steve Clowney, several years under Jerry Faust. Actually coached 4 years at Mount Healthy. He was an assistant coach at Elder for 3 years. He was at Turpin for 2 years. And this actually is his 5th year at Mueller.
When he was at one of the schools, he was a typing teacher. Can you imagine taking typing from a guy that big?
You better learn that ASDF or else. Semicolon LKJ.
Use you for a hammer.
I will always remember my typing teacher.
Oh, you want to tell us any secrets?
I think not, with only 1:32 left. Why go into past history?
Well, if we had more time, we'd probably hear about it. But unfortunately, we have to get back to the business at hand.
Double wideouts, Mueller, as they count it down. Schaefer, the quarterback. Fake pitch, goes to the look-in pass, and overthrows Tom Fitz.
The timing was perfect on it. The only trouble was the ball was just a little bit too high, and Fitz couldn't get up high enough to be able to bring it down. But that's a great play for Moeller. Take a look at this. Now he fakes the handoff into the line, stops, throws a quick look in, right coming over, and see the defender just nail him to the ground.
One of the things that Pat Mancuso mentioned was the fact that Clowney tore out several pages of the offensive playbook on the part of Mueller, but they are much more precise. Jeff has mentioned throughout the telecast the precision of the Mueller Ball Club.
You know, Steve Clowney can afford to rip out a couple of pages when he's got a backfield that consists of Hiawatha Francisco, Dewan Francisco. All you need is a couple of plays for those guys, a couple of draws, a couple of end arounds, and you got all kinds of points on the scoreboard.
Under Coach Jerry Faust, most certainly a duplicate, as you mentioned, of the Dallas Cowboys. Multiple shifts, multiple men in motion. We're inside the minute mark and counting. 50, 49, 48, 47. Schaefer going to the sideline, complete. It's a first down as he's knocked out of bounds. Tom Myers drilled him out of bounds across the way to stop the clock. 40 seconds.
And Princeton, the defensive backfield in Princeton is just staying off the line. They're not challenging the defenders coming out of the backfield, and that's why they're getting those first downs. They're letting them have the short pass to keep away from the bomb, but down here it doesn't really make that much difference.
Tom Myers, on the reception on that pass from Jim Schaefer across the way. Myers on a nice sideline pattern. Napoli on a bullish run through the middle down to the 20. Tim Riesenberg with a stop for Princeton. And Mueller may get one more, and they may let it run out.
I think they're probably going to let it run out. Schaefer's looking at the clock. He's trying to get somebody in here, but I don't think they're going to have time to get anything off.
Connie will not want to put any more up. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. You've got it. Put it in the book. Mueller 56. Princeton 7.
And what can you say about a game that was just so incredibly off, one-sided? You've got Moeller coming in here, best in the state, best in the country, and you got Princeton coming in to play giant killer. It just didn't work out for him. Princeton couldn't put anything together tonight. They couldn't have their defensive series run in any kind of order. They couldn't get their running backs to top the line. They couldn't find their defense with enough moxie to make the big play. And they had bad field position most of the entire evening. You put those factors together and you're going to end up with a 56-7 score, which is what we have.
Jim LeClaire down on the sidelines. We hope that we'll have an opportunity to talk with head coach Steve Clowney of the victorious Fighting Crusaders of Mueller. And now Mueller will go back to the work sessions next week in preparation for their first trip to the playoffs in 1982. Last year, they went to the championship ball game, losing that heartbreaker, as we noted early on, 13-zip to Canton McKinley.
Have they decided the site for the first playoff game yet?
Let's take a quick timeout, Jeff, and we'll get to that question in a moment.
All right.
Jim LeClaire with Princeton head coach Pat Mancuso.
Coach, obviously a disappointing evening, needless to say. I guess you just from here, you just bounce back and try to come back next week.
I hope so, Jim. Think we can get things together. We might be able to come back all right.
Well, I'm sure you can. I know that this is not really the Princeton team that we've seen in the past 8 weeks. They came on, jumped all over you, and then I guess it was hard to recuperate from there.
Yeah, it was. I was a little disappointed in the way we started out the ball game, but they were awesome tonight, and you know they deserve the credit of playing a real good football game, and they certainly deserve to win the game without any doubt at all. They showed who was the best football team tonight without any question.
Well, Coach, thanks for being with us under these circumstances. I'm sure it was difficult.
Thank you. I got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jim LeClaire along with Princeton head football coach Pat Mancuso.
Bill, one thing we've noticed here in the stats is the fact that this is the worst loss that Princeton has ever suffered. And Jim LeClaire right now has the gentleman who's responsible for it. He's got Steve Clowney. Go ahead, Jim.
Coach, obviously everything went your way this evening. Everything from the opening kickoff to the final drive here. It was just a great night for Moeller. I think you played extremely well on both offensively and defensively.
We did. I just hope we could save half those points for next week, because next week it's all together different, and we all start from scratch, and they'll be ready, and we'll have to try to put everything together and see if we can do it again.
Is it for sure that you will be playing Princeton in next week's playoff first opening?
Pretty good.
Pretty good chance of it.
90-95% chance.
Well, we know how football games go. You know, I've been on this end of them and on the other end of them, and I'm sure that not only Princeton but Moeller will be ready next week. It was a great victory for you, and good luck in the playoffs.
Thanks very much.
Jim LeClaire along with Steve Clowney, the head football coach at Mueller. And Jeff, as we've talked so much during the preparation for this ball game, the Harbin computerized ratings, sometimes difficult to figure out. You mentioned that a few moments ago. Your question before we went down on the field was the site of the next level, the first level of the playoffs. I don't think at this point in time we can share any information with our viewers.
There has been some discussion as to where the ball game is going to be, whether it's going to be at Galbraith Stadium up by the College Football Hall of Fame or at Welcome Stadium. So far there has been no determination. I'd like to sort of know myself, and I'm sure the folks at home would like to know, and as soon as we get any information, we'll of course pass it along to you.
And I think that some people were talking about the possibility of Nippert Stadium on the campus of University of Cincinnati. However, Saturday is their homecoming ball game. So consequently, that is a site that probably may not be probable.
No, I don't think they'll be able to put it into Nippert at all, which is unfortunate because Nippert is a great place to play football. Now that they've got their new field down there and they fix up the seats, it's good night. It's a good evening out there at Nippert Stadium. Of course, I might be a little bit prejudiced being a UC alumni.
For our viewers, Jeff, who may not have been with us at the top of the telecast, Pat Mancuso, in a press release at the outset, indicated that next year, 1983, will be the final meeting of these two schools during regular season play. Now, Pat's point is the fact that the Harbin ratings, as they are now constructed, where the #1 and #2 teams in the region meet in the first level, that this most certainly is a difficult situation to prepare for.
Oh, absolutely. Not only that, there's a lot of politics that comes into play here. A lot of people say that these two teams are exceptional teams. They should be moved out of the realm of high school football, whereas Pat has the point, says, look, these are guys that aren't adults. These are not college guys. Let's keep, high school football on the high school level.
It's been an exciting season, and this does conclude the 1982 High School Football Game of the Week season. We want to thank you so very, very much for joining us. It's been a pleasure for us to bring you the best in high school football around the metropolitan Cincinnati area. Tonight's game has been brought to you by Jamboree Sporting Goods, Princeton and Mueller's high school jacket headquarters. Doctor's Care of Tri-County, your neighborhood treatment clinic. La Rosa's Pizza. If you like pizza, you'll love La Rosa's. And Ben's Department Store, 8th and Central downtown. Our final score from Viking Stadium is Mueller 56 and the Vikings of Princeton 7. Executive producer for Cube's High School Game of the Week is Ed Akins. Produced and directed by John Wright. Jim LeClaire, Jeff Fowler, and all of us here at Cube Sports. I'm Bill Meredith. Good night, everyone.